Welcome, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and our Sustainable Saturday show. I'm David Sponheim, and we are doing it yet again. We have a regular thing every day, 5 hours of live broadcast, 4 hours recorded, and we also have a 4-hour video section in the evening, all the way to 2 in the morning Pacific time. So if you want to catch some really unique videos, we've got those running. Maybe you've got insomnia. You want to hear alternative voices that don't agree with the mainstream media. Now remember, the mainstream media is the fake news. And in that instance, we have to at least acknowledge that they came up with the word fake news. The CNN talked about fake news when they talked about Pizzagate. Now, Pizzagate is not fake news, but them calling it fake news is their first attempt to bring up the word fake news. So in a way, we have to turn that right back on them and say, no, we want to talk about Pizzagate. We don't want it banned on Instagram and Twitter. But now they're banning another word, not just Pizzagate. They're banning anti-vax. Anything anti-vax or the word vaxxed, hashtag vaxxed, is now banned on Twitter and Instagram. So they're censoring free speech in America while they're claiming we are a free and democratic nation. And I was just telling somebody over at Periscope, Emojim says, do you realistically think you have a chance to win? I do, if I had 1 minute of mainstream media coverage. But since I've been censored for 10.5 years, well, thank you so much. Yeah, and we are ready to go for a big plan to fix the country. America's Third Party has a platform. We have a plan to fix the country. We actually have great ideas to get jobs rolling, the kind that Barack Obama promised us but couldn't deliver on. People helping fix up houses, for instance, will be immediately working in any city in America with our homestead renewal plan. We'll be putting together a great technology program by putting solar rooftops on top of houses. These are part of how we're going to fix the country. And I've got plans to do a lot more than that. We've got a way to actually direct the country's future by developing what I call hybrid capitalism. Now, hybrid capitalism is something Sarah and I wrote a book about. And yeah, we actually believe that this is something that could work. It's a way in which the government gets a return on investment from getting involved in business. It's not a socialist plan where the government takes over an industry. I'll give you a simple example. A lot of people don't have good medicine. They need generic medicine. And they need blood pressure medication. They need diabetes medication. A lot of people are in that situation. But they're not affording it right now because those drugs and medication are really too expensive. Well, the government can create generic medication that could meet that market and get people the necessary drugs that they need and the necessary solutions they need for their health long term. We could make $20 to $30 a bottle versus $160 Big Pharma would make, and we'd still make money. The government would get a return on investment, and you, the taxpayer, wouldn't have to pay as much for taxes because we would no longer rely solely on the running of our country off of taxes. The Democrats, when you ask them, well, we should do this and this, and they say, well, we should tax. There's no other way to fund it. And the Democrats have been doing this, taxing and spending so much that we now have a bureaucracy that's so big, they call it the New Deal turned bad deal, really. And it's ironic, Ocasio-Cortez talked about a new Green Deal. The New Deal sucked. It created this bureaucracy. We've got to disassemble this bureaucracy and get it to run like a business. And the Republicans can't figure that out because they don't want the government involved in business. So if we could just get the government to run efficiently, like a good running business, we wouldn't have the problems we have right now with you people being fleeced for your tax dollars, and we wouldn't have problems with people getting services. Right now, a lot of people are being cut back. Okay, Sammy, let me take a look at what you have. Hold on, please. Okay, we've got a video about John Podesta possibly abusing a kid on a video. Oh, yeah, I can't play that on here. I'll play that tonight, Sammy. That is such an incredibly bad and disturbing video. The voice on it does sound like John Podesta. There's a match there. And if I played it for you folks, you'd be freaked out because you hear in the back of this video kids screaming. You did voice analysis, and it is Podesta on the tape, and the blue-red lighting is Comet Pizza. Okay, let's show the. I can play the voice audit. I'm going to show you something from our voice audit library that is. Yeah, this video is so disturbing. I don't even want to play it right now because it does show what appears to be a guy who sounds just like John Podesta beating children. And yeah, I know. Scary, huh? Somebody that important, that even his own family's involved in human trafficking legislation. They're actually very involved in human trafficking concerns. You'd think these are the people that would save children, not hurt them. Isn't that weird? Okay, the voice audit is at 110. Let's play that.
I had enough. There's hot fun stuff with. Don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Say again.
Just get lost. Just get lost.
It definitely sounds like him, that's for sure. So this is the kind of evidence that I would take and push forward as president. That I wouldn't sit back and allow the FBI to ignore this. It sounds like the same guy to me, too. And I can tell you that the government right now is ignoring so many different cases of child pedophilia and child abduction. Case in point, Donald Trump doesn't know where 4,500 kids are right now. 4,500 kids. It is him. I agree. I feel it is too. But again, it's all alleged until we get an FBI report on this. But I would love to direct the FBI to do this and to get more information on John and Tony Podesta. There's enough implicating information about these two men to suggest that we've got a big problem with nested corruption at our government level. And I'll tell you how bad it is. I'm going to give you a link here that may kind of blow your mind. I don't know anybody who's a pedo. I've never met anybody like that. I've seen people in public situations that try to act like it's perfectly normal to touch children. Yeah, they try to normalize it. Check this out. This is a bombshell link that'll blow your mind. It's rather long if you can click on it, but the CIA agent here says agency supplies pedophiles with children. This is serious. This guy actually was a CIA agent for 14 years. You just applied for early retirement and it sucks? Oh, wow, Sunstar, really? No kidding. Well, it's not so bad. I'll tell you why. It will free up your mind to do whatever you want. You'll feel better. You will. You won't be burdened by the work anymore. Yeah. I met a woman today that Sarah had student taught with about 15 years ago. Or no, 12 years ago. And I was quite amazed. She looked fantastic. I even said, "You look great." She had retired early, about 8 years ago, and she'd had been with her husband in a retirement plan. And she really enjoyed not teaching anymore. She looked great. Yeah, it lowers the burden on your daily life. Well, good luck with all your plans. I hope that works out. You have to kind of ease into retirement. Get a hobby. Really helps to have a hobby, even if it's cooking or whatever. All right, so check this out. In what has to be one of the most damning revelations of misconduct by the CIA, a veteran CIA agent has exposed the CIA for running a child trafficking network which involves providing children to elite pedophiles around the world. John Kirikow had been an agent for the CIA for 14 years and left the agency in 2004. He is also associated with Hollywood, having worked as an advisor in the movie industry. Speaking at a recent World Beyond War event, the former CIA agent blew the whistle on how the intelligence agency provides child sex slaves to powerful oligarchs in the showbiz industry, in Washington, D.C., and further afield. Kirikow continued that the CIA would provide these rich and powerful sources with a constant stream of child prostitutes in exchange for information. The children are usually raped and killed, and likely to be never seen again, continued Kirikow. Yeah, it's pretty sad. So anyway, this allegation needs to be investigated. And this is why you need a third-party president, because every other president in the two-party system will be compromised and unable to do the investigations necessary to save these children. You got to understand, the two-party system literally spits out corrupt people. Yeah. And as far as Pizzagate is concerned, Hillary Clinton is linked to Pizzagate. She gave James Alefantis $9,000 for a pizza. A very strange story about that. She never had a pizza party until after that reveal came out that she had WikiLeaks had said that she had paid $9,000 to him for a pizza. Yeah, we got the pro cams in here. We got Puff Pass, Mad Dog, and my beautiful cat Fluffy. And Puff Pass said goodnight. Okay, Puff Pass. Later. Oh, that's wonderful. Cancer free. That's good. Well, anyway, yeah, there's a lot of people who have been completely like sucked into that realm of just doing whatever the Democratic Republican Party tells you to do. And they don't like a third party. The last thing they want is a third party because they can't control the outcome. They can't control what the person is going to say or do when they become president. And the corruption runs right through the Democratic Republican Party, and it's that steeped in corruption fact that keeps good people from becoming president of the United States. We always get these slime balls like Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Yeah, well, apparently Joe Biden is leading the Democrats, and we're also seeing, a possibility between a Zionist versus a Zionist. Joe Biden is a Zionist. Donald Trump is a Zionist. Both of them against each other in the upcoming election. That shows you how rigged the outcome is. Okay. We've got the owner of the Comet Pizza commenting on a statement on Instagram on Michelle. And Michelle is playing ping pong. And Jimmy Comet, that's the name that James Alefantis uses when he does his online trolling activity. He says, "Okay, I love you." Yeah, that's Jimmy Comet. It's weird, but this this ping pong fixation about that is just the beginning of that story. If you look at the Comet Pizza location, you'll actually see cages that you could house human kids in those cages at his restaurant. I could show you a reveal of Pizzagate. The Comet Pizza store right now is showing cages inside of the pizza store. How do you explain cages in a pizza store? I don't get that. But definitely count on an investigation into that if and when I become president. Otherwise, that's going to be hushed away, and kids will still get abducted in Virginia and around the DC area. You'll see a high rate of abduction. That's what's going on. These people are getting away with it, and they use these abducted children and the CIA to manipulate very powerful people, or vice versa. According to Psychobehavior, mafia horse racing has been fixed. First, the Kentucky Derby winner, DQ, now Preakness, jockey pushed and thrown from horse. Really?
We're ready for the start. Improbable, restless in the starting gate. Mike Smith and Improbable settling down. They're off in the Preakness, and the maiden Bodie Express lost the jockey at the start. Unseated John Velasquez right out of the gate. 13 that are all in line. We're ready for the start. Improbable, restless in the starting gate. Mike Smith and Improbable settling down.
My God. this is more like the Freakness. That was a bucking bronco, man. What was that? Jockey John Velasquez thrown from his horse at the opening of the Preakness. This is unprecedented. Fantastically, the horse died, by the way. My God, what happened? They had to euthanize him? The horse didn't like him? Oh my gosh. Yeah. How did a guest get in here? Yeah, what's going on with that? Yeah, where did you find that guest picture? Maybe he used the guest as a name. True Blue. Yeah. Are there guests in? I don't think there are. Vaughn got rid of guests. Yeah. So you bookmarked that site about the CIA? Yeah. Mad Dog says we do not need a fool leading our country. A lot of you are waking up to the idea that the 5G network could be dangerous, and find out that your support of Donald Trump is at stake here, because Donald Trump embraces the 5G network, and the potential for danger he ignores. He completely ignores it. He doesn't care about any human testing on the 5G network. So another reason to not support Trump. I will do everything I can to make the 5G network safe and not deploy it unless it's safe. All right? I wonder if he's got a guest in here. That's interesting, True Blue. Thank you for alerting me to that. I didn't realize the guests were in here. Hi. I've never seen a guest here recently. I don't know. You can take a name and have a guest with a number on it. You know, that's kind of a way to trick the whole system. Okay, I'll get that Pizzagate video for tonight's show. It's already got 139,000 hits. That's good. It's still on YouTube. That's a good sign. Yeah. Sorry about the news. Bad noise, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, we got a couple stories to brag. GOP Representative Justin Amash has been the first Republican now to become in favor of impeaching Donald Trump. I follow him. He's one of the few Republicans I follow on Twitter, but Amash is becoming the first guy to say no to Donald Trump. Yep. Michigan GOP Representative Justin Amash said Saturday that he had concluded President Trump...
Congress member has broken rank and officially calling for impeachment of President Trump. Congressman Justin Amash of Michigan has just posted a lengthy thread on Twitter, and let me read some of it to you. He writes, "Here are my principal conclusions. Attorney General Barr has deliberately misrepresented Mueller's report. President Trump has engaged in impeachable conduct. Partisanship has eroded our system of checks and balances. Few members of Congress have read the report." So he's weighing in on the Mueller report, which he says he went through in a very thorough fashion. And contrary to Barr's portrayal, Mueller's report reveals that President Trump engaged in specific actions and a pattern of behavior that meets the threshold for impeachment. He goes on to say, in fact, Mueller's report identifies multiple examples of conduct satisfying all the elements of obstruction of justice, and undoubtedly any person who is not the President of the United States would be indicted based on such evidence.
Exactly.
Essie, is this significant since he is a Republican?
Sure. Justin Amash has not been afraid to sort of be on a lonely island criticizing the president since he took office. To what effect is questionable, because as one person, he really hasn't been able to muster a lot of support around his positions. Occasionally you'll have Ben Sass weigh in on a sort of similar line.
You know what I find really interesting is the hardcore leadership of the Republican Party. Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell both received money from Russia to get reelected. Seriously, Lindsey Graham got $800,000 in money for reelection, and he has grown from hardly any money at net worth 5 years ago to having over $3 million in net worth. Lindsey Graham. So very suspicious that Russia is paying Lindsey Graham to manipulate the Senate, as well as Mitch McConnell. So if they control the two top guys, they pretty much got control over any oversight by the Senate in regard to Donald Trump. But recently, the Senate interviewed Jared Kushner regarding the immigration changes that Trump is proposing, and they found that Jared Kushner is clueless. The top Senate, Republicans have found that Jared Kushner doesn't know anything about immigration, and nobody does. In fact, Donald Trump has not addressed the biggest concern the Democrats have about the DACA, the group of dreamer kids that were brought in and allowed to be, students here and study, in our schools, and they want to know if they're going to be kicked out by ICE. Trump won't weigh in on that, and that's a big stumbling block. And let's not forget the Democrats did offer Donald Trump $25 billion for the fence early on, like 2 years ago, if he had only allowed the DACA dreamer kids to be allowed in and not be harassed by the ICE forces. So, yeah, Immigration Customs Enforcement could easily turn their life upside down, and the Democrats want some solutions. All they need is an okay. Had Donald Trump done that, he would add $25 billion for the fence, and that fence would have been built probably by now. Instead, we're still sitting on my idea, which is a 1,000-mile container fence, $1 billion total. I think this is the best solution out there now. Well, we could give jobs to the DACA people to build the wall. Yeah. And I've talked, one of my ways of funding the wall was to actually get the 400,000 illegal aliens in our prison system to work off their prison time. And since we're paying them anyway, we're putting out like $25 billion a year just to warehouse these prisoners. Why not apply that directly to this, and two problems could be solved with one solution? That's the best thing to do. And then offer them free passage to their country, deport them after, say, a 2-month stint working on the fence. I'd be willing to do that, and even give them $1 a day and put it in a little, cash envelope for them to take with them. A lot of people need a little bit of money when they start out. Give them a bag of swag, maybe Nike jumpsuits that they could run around in. Who knows? I think those Nike jumpsuits that the Hellbop people bought would be appropriate. Swag, yeah, swag. Yeah, $1 billion's cheap. I price these things out, these containers, and they're only a couple hundred or $2,000 a piece. I could get this for $4,000, this for $4,000, all the way down the line. They cover 40 feet, so we build that. I think about 228,000 of these things have to be purchased. But when we put them together, they build a wall. And the nice things about these things, they can actually be turned into container homes that would be perfect for immigrants. We could have like 20 bunk beds in there, or 20 cots even, that would fit in a 40-foot container, and even a little couch and a sitting area. We could turn these into a place to live while these people are waiting asylum. The court hearing will take a year or two based on the current rate of court hearings. These poor people that are arriving at the border right now should not be integrated into our society, into sanctuary states like Trump is doing. That's exactly what Obama would have done. Trump acts like that's an original idea he came up with. We're just going to put him in the sanctuary states. It's my idea. It's not. It's Obama's idea to create sanctuary states. That's exactly what we've been fighting against. So when Donald Trump stole my 1,000-mile container, or I had the 1,000-mile fence idea all the way back in 2008. I measured the distance we need to cover, guaranteed, the areas that are dangerous where the Rio Grande is not covered, and areas that there's shallow enough where the Rio Grande is that we needed barriers. So I have a good solid knowledge of the distance and where to put the fence, but Trump stole my idea, acted like it was his, and then can't even implement it. I'm sure that does, man. And, we've talked about even turning these into kiosks, sell some chicken tacos out of these things. Trump's pricing at $7.8 billion, and his cost is going to a company called Cemex. Do you remember when that bridge collapsed in Florida, Miami, at the college university, and it killed 6 people because they literally stress tested while the people were underneath? Cemex was behind that. Munilla Construction Company was working with Cemex. Cemex is a Mexican construction company. Trump was, and he wants Cemex to build the fence. So when asked who's going to pay for the fence, Trump had stolen my idea. This is back in 2014. Somebody said, well, who's going to pay for it? And he couldn't come up with an answer. I had great answers for it. He came up with, we're going to have Mexico pay for it. Everyone thought, why would Mexico pay for a fence on our property? Makes no sense, right? Well, nothing about Trump makes sense. Well, it turns out he wants to pay Mexico for it. He wants to pay a Mexican firm to build the slat fence that he's got, which is a joke. You could literally turn it into a ladder and climb over it. David, do crystals have healing properties? You know, I've had mixed views on that. I do believe that there are potentials for crystals and cut crystals especially to actually have the ability to direct energy. It's a fact that they do control the electromagnetic fields around them. What is interesting to note is that we all have a certain amount of energy around us that is almost imperceptible. And it was up to the expert parapsychologists of the 1970s who studied Kirlian photography that found out that people have different energy flows coming out of their body. I know that sounds really kind of like weird, new age, hocus pocus, but it's true. I mean, our body is like an electrical object with electrochemical activities going on in it at all times. Our brains are like a battery. Very much so. So when you sleep at night and you feel refreshed in the morning, it's because your brain is charging up overnight. It's not too far away from the idea of a battery. So there are energy forms that we don't really understand. I can't give you specific knowledge on whether crystals work or not, but I would say that you're probably possible that their energy may be directed in certain ways. Who knows? I'm very open to a lot of different ideas and ways of thinking. I used to be really, when I was a young man, I was very scientific. And science and math was everything to me. I believed that everything could be explained with science and that science could solve the world's problems. I had this enormous optimism that science was going to solve the world's problems. And then I realized that there are things that science cannot explain. And when you apply science, sometimes you run into a political battle like with zero-point energy. The oil companies don't want low-cost energy. Even though scientifically it's proven that you can create really low-cost energy with magnets and generators based on magnets, the oil companies don't want anything to do with it. So there are things that trump science, like money. And that's the problem with that too. Money has affected our ability to actually conduct good science. Even with the vaccine industry, when you apply science, it tells you that there's something wrong with these vaccines. Recently, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was tasked to find out about the vaccine industry, and he found out that they don't even test any vaccines and haven't for 30 years. Even his own family is turning on him like vipers, and he's just telling the truth. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is really speaking out against vaccines, and it's kind of amazing because science tells us we need proof to verify things are okay. Well, there's no proof that vaccines really do help people when you're looking at all these different vaccines like flu virus vaccines. There's no guarantee it's going to help you with the flu. There is evidence, there's scientific evidence that the pneumonia vaccine really helps old people because it's dialed in on that one pneumonia bacterium. That's the one thing that it can really solve. So getting your grandparents a pneumonia vaccine might prevent them from dying like Doris Day just died of pneumonia. I can't help you with a tranny on your front yard. So sorry. You're lucky. In the 60s, we used to have people tripping out in front of our house on acid. I'll never forget 1973, actually. I was out in front of my track home in California, and some guy was like stumbling down the road. It was like totally disoriented. And it was like he stopped to talk to us, and I was there with my sister, and we were talking to him, and he was completely high on acid, LSD. And he was all over the place. It took like 20 minutes for him to realize that, he better move on. Yeah. Don't do drugs. They'll fry your brain. No, I'm not a devil worshiper. No, I believe in God. You've been muted. Same with you, Mad Dog. Unbelievable. Well, yes. I do presidential voices. I do. I do impersonations. If you'd like to hear any impersonations, feel free to ask me. I do that. Now, Comey has stepped out and lashed out against Barr. Barr, as you know, he's been charged with. Well, let's be clear. Well, make no mistake about it. Michelle and I are. She's a transgender, and so. Yeah, check this out. Comey has pretty much called Barr sliming his own department, and the Republicans at Fox are talking about it.
Part. Well, Mr. Comey has significant potential criminal liability over his misconduct when he was FBI director in terms of potentially abusing his office to politically attack then candidate Trump and then obviously President Trump. So his conduct under criminal investigation, or at least ought to be, by Mr. Barr, maybe Mr. Durham up in Connecticut. Remember, he stole FBI records concerning President Trump, leaked them illegally to the New York Times in order to get Mueller appointed.
You mind me? I mean, I'm sorry, but the Republicans are saying they don't like Comey because I guess Donald Trump picked on him and fired him, and he did things that like investigated Donald Trump for the Russian involvement, and that's why the Republicans don't like him, because he actually did his job. And you know what Comey also did? Comey was the reason why Donald Trump won the election. Comey rigged the election for Donald Trump. Remember, 11 days before the election, Comey had already had all the evidence on the dossier for 5 months prior. He didn't say anything about Donald Trump. But he did say he was going to open up another criminal investigation into Hillary Clinton. 11 days before the election. That pretty much threw the election for Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump should be kissing Comey's ass and awarding him a gold medal, not acting like he's the worst guy on earth. And Fox ought to know where their bread is buttered. Comey rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump, period. And they don't have anything they can stick on Comey. Comey was a complete idiot for doing that, by the way. Absolutely. If he wasn't working for Russia, Comey certainly gave the entire election to Donald Trump. He should be thanking Comey. Typical. Thanks to Barr, yeah. Barr hasn't done anything. Barr is acting like a man who's guilty. In fact, Barr is guilty. He wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein saying not to investigate obstruction. That makes him completely subjective and unable to actually talk about this case. He's going to jail. William Barr, in my mind, is probably the worst player in this entire configuration. For him to be doing that, it just shows you how corrupt the country has become. You got Comey, who's totally incompetent, and you got William Barr, who looks like he's doing the work for the Russians. He also wrote a letter that same time saying not to investigate Michael Flynn. William Barr did. He said, don't investigate Michael Flynn. Barr is a puppet, Daryl. And not investigating Michael Flynn would mean that Michael Flynn would still be in the office of the National Security Advisor position and probably handing over information to Russia right now, top secret information. And this guy wrote a letter saying not to investigate Michael Flynn. This guy needs to go to jail for contempt, and he will be. He's going to be charged with a felony this week, and they're probably going to have to arrest William Barr. Thank you. I don't care if my Democratic side is showing. I don't want our country sold to Russians like you Trump supporters do. You people are acting like you want Russia to control our future. You're embracing baby Trump and all of his asinine actions on Twitter like it's gospel truth that he's solving America's problems. You've become the problem, you Trump-tards. Yeah, you've virtually turned a blind eye to reality. When talking about the news, you say, "Oh, I can't talk about that. That's fake news. I don't want to talk about that." Cal Worthington and your dog Spot. What's going on, Cal? You're back on the show, huh? No, I led on this story, Mad Dog. And I'm telling you, you Trump-tards are going to have to back off because you're standing in the way of progress. Trump is working for Kissinger.
And various other matters. We're talking about Syria. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger.
Trump is pretty much the puppet for the New World Order, and you guys are part of it.
And we're
You know who's an obstructionist is William Barr when he said there was no obstruction. Yeah, that's the sad truth is you both have become obstructionists. All right, thanks. Sarah's coming in to the show. Let me drop my radio frequency backdrop so I don't have to, talk about that right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think we have Sarah's here. Yes. We got a more calming background, I think.
There you go. Thank you.
No, I haven't even begun. You've been muted. There's no smearing of anything. I'm telling you the truth. Trump has been working for the Russians from the beginning. And basically Mueller has done not enough investigating. He didn't investigate Paul Manafort's second trial, which involved money laundering with Russians. Mueller didn't investigate Jared Kushner's call to find a secret channel to the Kremlin. The FBI overheard a call by Jared Kushner to Kislyak. In the call, they actually listened. Actually, they heard Kislyak talk to the Russians in Moscow, and in the conversation, they said that Kushner was seeking a private channel of communication with the Kremlin. That should be investigated. And of course, Mueller never even bothered to get 10 years of tax returns when Trump said he would gladly show us, and now he's fighting desperately to not show anybody his tax returns. If that isn't indicative of a person who's committed some crimes that's trying to hide those crimes, I don't know what is. But a person doesn't want anyone to see his tax returns when he openly said, "Oh, I'd gladly show you my tax returns, no problem." Now we don't see it. We know those tax returns will show us that the Russians were involved in paying him lots of money. That's how he stayed alive in business, Trump did. The Russians have been padding his pocket for years. And you Trump supporters, you're going to have to realize we're not going to sit back and ignore it. Even the Democrats are willing to fold. I'm not. I'm driving a wedge right into the middle of this political movement, the center of the political spectrum, and I'm going to keep pushing for this because we need accountability from Trump. We're not getting it. All right, I'll be back.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, he got kicked in one room, but then of course went to the other room. But that's all right. That's why we broadcast on multiple channels, right? So lovely. Broadcasting now on Periscope. Hello, DUFOIZ, and anyone else in the room. I don't know. However many people are watching over on Periscope. Thank you. I'll say hi to all of you. Hi. And then we're also broadcasting on Vaughn Live. And man, I don't know if all of these people are watching. That's a lot of people. True Blue, hello. The Mongoose, Sunstar 201. I still haven't, I don't know, it's been a while. I'm so glad you're back. I was going to ask how you have been. Hello, Stink Beetle, Stebo, Sosati, Sophia, whatever your name is, SHX. Hello, Sammy Davis, Reptoid, Behavior. I don't like saying psycho behavior. I'm sorry, I just don't. But Behavior Pencil, Tucky Ducky, My Cat Fluffy, Miss Anthropy, Mad Dog 1968, Junket. All right, Johnny, Joe Pesci, Hot Rails, hello. Daryl VJ, hello. Trucklehead Charlie, Chat Room Celebrity, Cal Worthington, and his dog Spot. Bengalitis and Ace Spade, welcome. And of course, the Von Chatbot. Actually, no, he just went over to Vaughn, is what he did, Tom Thumb. Sarah is acting like DT Allura and saying hi to everyone. Yes. Ace Spade, I saved the best for last. I did. Did that. Alright, is Mark spying? I think Ace Spade 22 has got some lag because now I've had to say hello to him like 3 times. He's used to being number 1 and not the last person to be said say hi to him. Oh, as a guest? Wait, what? Oh, a little troll face. That's pretty funny. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I did too. I remember those. An app game kit classic free for 1 day on Steam, $100 value. Oh, that's pretty cool. I will. I'll open up that link, chat room celebrity. I'll see if David will do it, or grab a copy before it ends in 24 hours. Please share it with friends, family, anyone you think would want a copy. Okay, I'll post it in all of our chat rooms, just because who knows, they might want a copy too. And deal ends Sunday, May 19th, 6 p.m. British Summer Time. Okay, that will be cool. Thank you so much for that. I don't want to date with you, Mad Dog. Sorry. I guess maybe that will turn you into a total incel, but... Actually, why do I always apologize? I don't know. Never mind. Moving on. And I'm a very loyal, happy relationship. Yeah, maybe David would. Once it's in Steam library, it's yours forever. You don't even have to download it until you want it. I am not a Capricorn. I'm an Aquarius. Are you a Capricorn? Oh, you're a Taurus, Sunstar, the bull. Oh, you're a Taurus too, Cal Worthington? Nice. Very good. No, 585. Sorry, not gonna happen. Anyway, moving on. So it's Saturday night. I hope you're all having a good evening. So I had a pretty busy day, good day. I woke up early and, well, early for me. I wake up around 6:30 and I have some Twitter people I follow. No. Oh, darn, I have to do Twitter. I'm just, do I want to do that PolitiChat thing? I really don't. It's funny because I wake up on Saturday morning and there's a couple of chats I engage in and I love them. And then do I want to run a Twitter chat? I really rather not. Especially last week, there was nobody responding. Well, I can explain that to you, Mad Dog, but anyway. All right. Then let's not. I don't want to be boring and predictable. Okay, the reason that some people believe in astrology, especially people that are more prone to believe in science, is that they believe that stars, there is a, with stars aligning and being in a specific place at a certain time, that it has to do with time and space continuum and how the stars are in that time and space having an effect through the energy fields on different beings that were born at that time, and that those beings also being born at that time and how they relate to time and space as they develop and where the stars are in space relative to now. Astrology does have to do with astronomy after all. Well, yeah, I would say you can call it mystical BS, just like religion. Believe in what you want to believe. I can't figure out who Rex Online is. Is Rex Online really Mad Dog? I don't think Rex Online is Rex 360. Hello, pirate. There you go, Ace Spade 22. Don't harass me, even though that's my name spelled backwards. I believe in having a personal relationship with God and not yeah, let's just go with that. Forget that and not. Well, let's go with I believe in having a personal relationship. True. Who was it that said that they were going to track somebody down for me, Misanthropy? And then I said, I'm not going to ask you to track someone down for me because I don't actually want to track the person down enough. I think you should still reach out. It's all right, Misanthropy. See where it takes you. Take a risk. Remember that video you gave me about risk? Take a risk. Good night, Cal Worthington. All right. From True Blue, who's 2018, is always giving me great links to the Foundation for Economic Freedom. So far, I've liked everything I've read over there. I don't know. Or at least I can argue with it if I don't like it. This article is entitled, Should Police Be Able to Use Facial Recognition Technology? Your parents are watching Game of Thrones? Okay. All over the world, private businesses, law enforcement agencies, and national governments are using facial recognition systems. By Matthew Feeney. San Francisco is set to become the first city in the U.S. to ban police officers and other government officials from using facial recognition technology. Concerns about police using facial recognition are well-founded. Absent strong restrictions, police use of facial recognition poses a significant threat to our privacy and could hamper First Amendment protected protests and other legal activities. Amid such concerns, it makes sense to keep the technology away from law enforcement until adequate policies have been implemented, or forever. While San Francisco officials ponder a ban, we should consider if there are policies that could allow for police to use facial recognition without putting our civil liberties at risk, or if the potential for abuse is so great that it warrants a ban. It is an advanced version of fingerprinting. I do like pop music. You want me to what? I did miss your question. I might know someone that might know her, but I don't really talk to that person. Would that be awkward to ask? No. Well, I would say, if you've thought about it this much, here, let me get rid of this. I don't really have you on ignore. I'm just trying to fill the empty space that goes along with video chat. And I appreciate that you have conversations with me, Misanthropy, because, and everyone else, that's a hint that why I always talk to him. It's because he actually, anyway, I was busy reading an article. Moving on. I think, Misanthropy, getting back to your situation with this woman that you talked to, that you now wish you regret not asking for her number when you had the opportunity. Obviously, she's been on your mind enough to where your brain has figured out a way to reconnect with her, possibly. Is that I would say that and I think that you should take the risk and know it's not awkward to ask someone that might know her, hey, do you know this person? And here's how I would do it. Do you know this person? And if so, would you be willing to give her my number? Then if she never calls, oh well, so be it. At least you tried. Because the thing is that if you don't, the situation you'll be in now is where you are now, which is regretting not getting her phone number. You will also add to that regretting not trying to contact her. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You're in the same situation. What's the best that can happen? Holy moly, she knows that you actually like her. You've already got a win on that one. There you go. So then she would actually, if you think she'd call you, if you could get her your number. And that's the thing, is you don't want to ask that person. That's why I said about giving the person who you think she knows that person, saying, can you pass my number along to her? Then you give her power because you put it in her court, which is actually good and empowering to her. 2, you tell her, hey, I really do like you. I like you enough to track down somebody to try to get you my number. And 3, you're not putting the person in an awkward situation saying, can you get her number for me? That's a little bit awkward. So passing your number along through them. And if the person doesn't want to, I mean, the 2 worst things that could happen would be, and I always go, what's the worst that can happen, right? I mean, it's not going to hurt you physically to do it. Yeah, I agree. You are like my best friend. It's not going to hurt you. Thank you for that, because I don't have many best friends. I don't really have a best friend. I mean, I have a best friend, but my best friends, the people that I would say are my best friends, have best friends that are closer, that they would say, I think that well, that's just the story I tell myself. I think that they would say, if you ask them who their best friends are, I don't know if I would be at the same level as they are to me. Anyway, moving on. I would definitely say, yes, give that person your number to pass on. What's the worst that can happen? I'll tell you the two worst things, in my opinion, that could happen is he doesn't know how to contact her directly, 326. And he doesn't want to ask the person that he knows that he thinks knows her. Like, you don't want to ask that person for her address or a way to contact her, because then that can appear a little creepy. Whereas if you give the person your phone number, it's actually fine. The worst thing that could happen if you do as I suggested would be, one, the person doesn't know her. Oh well, okay. You'll have to think of a different way, or it wasn't meant to be. Two, the person says they'll pass along your phone number, but then they don't. For whatever reason, to be nice, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say they got busy and forgot, but maybe they actually don't. Anyway, don't let your mind run wild with that one. 3, she gets your number and she doesn't call you. Okay, move on to the next one. What's the best things that could happen? That's the worst. Are you any worse off today if the worst things happen? Would you be any worse off than you are today if those worst things happen, worst case scenarios happen? No, not really. So there's actually no risk. You're going to offer them $20 to give her your number? Oh my goodness. Actually, you should do this, because it could still take the money and not do it. Is you should say, I'll give you $20 when she calls me. Or you could do both. $20 to give her your number, or $10 to give her my number, and then $10 when she calls me. Yeah, he saw this woman, and he was like, she seemed to appear to be hitting on him, and he was like, oh, but I've got to go do something, and he didn't mean to blow her off, but he just was in a rush and had to get somewhere. And so when he like left and went somewhere, he's like, oh, I should have got her number. So that's catching everybody up on the situation. Anyway, the best thing that can happen from this, it would be, 1, she calls you, you fall in love, everything, she's the girl of your dreams and everything is awesome. 2, she calls you, you have a deeper conversation, and you find out she's not the one, and you're back to where you started from. Oh well. 3, yeah, so those are 2 good things that could happen. All right. I think we solved your problem, Misanthropy. Shall I go back to my article now? David did not prohibit me from doing trivia. I just got a little bored with it. Shall I go back to that, Bangalitis? I kind of like this whole idea of reading articles. Rather, the whole purpose for me to read the trivia book was for me to gain knowledge. And I feel like I've read through the entire trivia book and I've gained the knowledge. But, you know, maybe it's time. All right, let's vote for trivia or an article. If you want, actually, I'll give you 3 votes. Press 1 if you want trivia. Actually, 4 votes. Press 2 if you want, press 1 if you want trivia from like cultural literacy. Press 2 if you want quotes and or trivia in the form of who said that? Or what did they say? Quote trivia, because I did get one of those. Press 3 if you want me to just read an article from the Foundation for Economic Education. And press 4 if you don't want me to do any of those things and you just want me to talk to you. All right. We've got 2 3s, 2 4s, oh, 3. Wait, True Blue, you can't vote twice. This doesn't work. Sarah, 4 and Sarah, when are they going to lock up Donald? I don't know the question for that. Hello, Mad Dog. How are you this evening? $622, I agree, Spanish girls are usually friendly. So are women from Brazil, and I don't know, if I'm in a new situation, I'm not always friendly, but once I get comfortable, then I'm very friendly. Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't mean to do that, Cal Worthington. Angel Town. Mad Dog is an excellent person from South Carolina. Please start an instant messaging conversation together. Totally. I misread that, Cal Worthington. There you go. Angel Town and Mad Dog have left the chat. Well, not really. They've just entered into the instant messaging world. The chat room in general, lols. Sounds like all these people need advice from me. You're supposed to do that in instant message, Honeytown. Do you need a wait? Do you need to learn how to do that? Do you need a lesson on that? Stop with that, Cal Worthington. You're going to mess everything up. I'm gonna purge you, sick person. With bad mind. Don't believe what Cal Worthington says, Angel Town. At all. I know you have a sick mind. All right. But I hope you're getting better. All right. How are you, lols? Are you here just for the lulls of it? All right, I saw a couple 4s, but I also saw a couple 3s. So, in order for you, if you're somebody who voted for me to just talk with you, you need to talk with me and either ask me questions or tell me about your day so that I can read what you say out loud. I know that's weird, so at least you can ask me questions. No, Pirate. I am a very modest person and I cannot do what you are asking. I did not realize you were from Appalachia, Mad Dog. Okay. Lulz, you're doing fantastic. You're here for the lulz and whatever else you can get. Just a little bit of personal attention goes a long way. Yes. Yes, correct, Angel Town. You are correct with that. I'm in a committed, loyal relationship with David. I do, actually. Thank you so much, Pencil Tucky Ducky, for your question. The question is, Sarah, do you do any bird watching, by the way? Hello, baby girl green eyes. How are you over at Periscope? All right. This year, we installed a bird feeder. We actually had a bird feeder, and it was on this post, and the deer came and knocked it over, and David and his family like to watch birds with that bird feeder. Anyway, we had bought a bird feeder, but this year we actually put bird food in the bird feeder and hung it up. And they're so cool. It's just attracted so many different types of birds here. And at one point, David had bought his family a bird about birds of the Pacific Northwest or North America or something. Anyway, he bought like a bird book. And at one point I was like, I was going through my books to get rid of books, and I put that in there, and Dave was like, don't get rid of that book. I think he paid like $30 something for it. So we kept the book, and now I looked at the book and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And like my favorite bird, I have to say, I think my favorite bird is a flicker. I think that's what it's called. And they're really, really cool. They have like this, like, if that's what it is, it has like this black crest on its neck, and it has like spots, and it's gray, and it's pretty big. It's like as big as my head, and I think the flickers always seems to be a pair of flickers. So I often wondered if the flickers mate for life. I also love mourning doves. So I didn't realize, like, I woke up in the morning and I heard this sound, hoo 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 hoo, and for a long time, sure, here you go, right there. Okay, thank you. For a long time, I thought that I was listening to owls because the who sounds. And then my mom told me that mourning doves make that sound. And then we saw a couple of mourning doves in our backyard, and those mate for life. Rex 360, I'm so glad you're here. Okay, Rex, I have a question for you. Are you also known as Rex online, or is that someone completely different? And anyway, the mourning doves, they're not white, they're gray, but they're very cool. Who's posting these images of me watching us? Thanks, True Blue. I don't like snakes. Fortunately, where I live, oh, that's not you. Okay, good to know. Thank you. That's your only handle. All right, good. The only snakes up here where I live are garter snakes, so they're in the garden and they don't really bother anything. Other than that, like I grew up in Mississippi, and so I saw some snakes down there and I did not like them. All right, high school psycho says your high school biology. Wait, I'm just gonna call you behavior, not psycho. I don't like that name. Anyway, your high school biology teacher was also president of Michigan Birdwatcher Association, and he forced you kids to learn about birds and bird calls. You almost jumped off a bridge. That's how we say it down there, Daryl. Daryl. Well, I'm glad that you don't have to be part of the Audubon Society now, when you don't have to study birds and bird calls behavior anymore. You're a mourning dove attorney for those doves that want to break up. Wait, so you're like a divorce attorney? Thank you very much, Pirate. I am pretty happy these days. I don't like Chihuahuas. I'm not a dog fan in general. Yeah, I'm not. I don't like dogs. I have gained a respect for dog owners when I got Amber, my cat, because I understand that dog owners love their dogs as much as I love my cat. However, I'm not a fan of dogs. I say, oh, cool, but no, I really don't like cats. I don't like dogs. I like cats, but I like my cat. And kittens, I like, yeah. Dogs do take more work. Come watch the birds with you. South Carolina Audubon.org. That's good. Invertebrates expedition. Swamp camp. Do you guys have a lot of alligators and crocodiles down there? Yeah, true, Rex. Those the beaches that cater to dog owners, and they have like off-leash parks for dog owners. And yes, you gotta watch where you. I haven't been there. I just avoid those because I'm not a fan of dogs in the first place, and then dogs off leash, like, it's a little scary. Yes, David is busy cooking my dinner. That's one of the things I love about David. I love you, David. As he makes dinner for me, so. Cats are more independent, but then they want their attention as well. Amber loves to sit on David's lap. Yes, David. Fortunately, we have a dishwasher. So yes, sometimes David does the dishes, but I do the dishes. It's basically we both load the dishwasher. I do have Netflix, Daryl. Do you have Netflix? Do you want me to recommend ones to you and then you can recommend something to me? You're feigning umbrage, so you weren't really upset, but you're going to pretend to be upset with him? Alright, Rex360, if ever confronted by a mean dog, just cross your arms and remain perfectly still. They'll get bored and leave. They won't bite you. So you're taking umbrage. I think, let me look up umbrage. You took umbrage at his actions. Let me hear it.
Umbrage.
Oh, I did. Umbrage. I did say it wrong. Umbrage. Is that how it's pronounced? Okay. But you're not feigning it. Feigning is faking, as what I understand. David unjustly silenced you yesterday, and you took umbrage with his actions. Did I get that sentence correct? Oh. Oh. No, I can say it. You wanted me to tell him you were feigning umbrage with his actions. I can say that. and see what he says. Thank you for helping me with my pronunciation. All right, good night, my cat Fluffy. David unjustly silenced you, and you are feigning umbrage due to his actions. Got it. I'll say it. No worries. Hopefully he is in a kind of a mood, and anyway, no. So hopefully he doesn't mute you, purge you, or ban you today because you're feigning umbrage with his actions. Yeah, I tend to agree. Making dinner may have assuaged his sensibilities, but I'm not 100% sure of that. I think I got David to move away from pork and beans. I have. I know, I'm wearing this brown shirt. Let me at least change the background. I can at least do that. I'll start with this. There we go. That helps a little bit. You stopped eating pork several years ago and you don't miss it good. I have this issue that David has, similar issue about food waste. Oops. So sometimes I'm slowly going through our cupboards and I am eating or attempting to eat the old stuff first. And I did get David to throw something away this week, which was pretty old. And it wasn't quite as old as some of his food, but it was pretty old. It was kale chips. I was like, David, I think these have gone. And they did. So David threw them away.
What's that?
The kale chips.
Yeah, they had finally reached, but they're good compost, you know. They would have been great if they'd, remained tasty, but apparently they don't keep longer than 5 years.
And he bought me some brie today.
Yeah.
Because I love brie cheese, and he says, remember, Sarah, you got to eat it right away, because sometimes I do have a habit of doing that, not eating my food right away.
Well, this is, we got $20 cylinders of brie for $2 each.
That's amazing.
And we saved like $60
That's amazing.
on the brie, so I say
Chicken
get into it.
Was going to feign umbrage with you banning or muting or purging him yesterday?
Well, taking time bags was just being flippant, and I'm sorry, I was flippant as well,
We didn't mean to offend you.
Yeah.
It was a misunderstanding.
I think I have a lot of misunderstandings going on in the show.
I know, sometimes that happens.
Well, people have different views of things. Like one guy said, every politician's bought off. And I said, but I'm the unbuyable guy, and I turned down $300 million to stop what I'm doing. And the guy said, no, dude, you should take the money.
We only spent $6.
Like,
yeah.
he's sending me double messages. He says, all politicians are bought off. And I said, I'm not bought off. And then he says, no, dude, you should take the money.
Good for you, sticking
Thanks.
up for your beliefs.
I believe in a lot of things, and one of them is not to be bought by evil money. No, the fact is,
I will show return.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Sarah. And you decided not to do trivia, right?
Well, I gave people a choice, and most people voted for me to just talk with them
Good. Cool.
and give them advice. And
I like that, voting on what to do. Because we didn't do a Politi-Chat tonight, which is good, because I wanted to take a break.
I don't.
I wanted to take a break, yeah.
I did it. I tried it.
My wavy hair? No, this is my my shampooed hair. Immediately after it's shampooed with a good conditioner, and it doesn't have that volumizer I was using a couple days ago. No, Arnold Schwarzenegger got attacked by somebody? Wow, let's take a look. Arnold Schwarzenegger in the news. Ja, it's a cybernetic organism, human flesh over with an exoskeleton. In the news, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, speaks out after being drop kicked. Nah, I can't believe that Arnold was drop kicked. It is unbelievable, especially after heart surgery. This is beyond belief. He speaks out after being drop kicked by an idiot during an event in South Africa. The 71-year-old Terminator actor was drop kicked from behind while at the Arnold Classic Africa in South Africa. Wow. Yeah, I think it's really, really unfortunate. He was drop kicked from behind by an idiot who would be meeting with fans. While he was meeting with fans, the whole thing was caught on video. The Terminator actor has been in South Africa and was at a sporting event there when they drop kicked the guy. The guy, well, he was signing autographs during a jump rope competition for the Arnold Classic Africa in Johannesburg. Just as Schwarzenegger went to hand the phone he was using to film with back to someone in the crowd, a man rushed behind him and went airborne as he drop kicked him, thus setting the action start of the crowd as he falls forward. And one fan among the crowd captured the scene, posted on Twitter on Saturday morning. I'm not an etiquette expert, but pretty sure if you want to ask Arnold Schwarzenegger for a Lamborghini, flying kicking him in the back is not a good start, the video is captioned. Here it is. Arnold Schwarzenegger shares first look as character in the new Terminator movie. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. He would be encountering kickstart in the back, no problem. No one would be able to stop him. He'll be the Terminator who cannot be kicked in the back. Let's take a look. I have not seen this. My shock will be equal to yours as the beginning of this moment happens.
Come here.
Help me, I need a Lamborghini. Well, this is the poor attacking the rich, really, when you think about it. Let's take a look at it. This is the point of impact. It's very depressing. Can we get the Larry video in here? I don't want to see poor Arnold touched again. My God. Yeah.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. I think it should be a bannable offense to talk about a man's hairline. Yeah. I don't think you should talk about that when Arnold was hit in the back. I mean, it's the most cowardly thing anyone can do. And the guy looked like Gary Coleman. And then he said he wanted a Lamborghini. Huh. Yeah. One of these midgets that's gone wild. Request post time, live take a long way home. True Blue. The Supertramp Long Way Home, end of the show, has been tuned in. Thank you. I love that song. I loved Supertramp. During my youth, when I was 18, 19, yeah, my Supertramp days were so fun. And I had such a great time. It was like we were being rebellious, but we weren't. We were still conforming and going to college, but we were being rebellious. And Take the Long Way Home has a lot of meaning to it. Later in life, I found out that Supertramp is more than just a good one-album band. They were part of the Tavistock Institute's attempt to control our minds and propagandize. Yeah, it's designed to make young people not want to pursue their goals and, take the long way home instead. My best impression? I don't really have a best impression. Yeah, I've been working on many impressions throughout my whole life. Yeah. Should police be able to use facial recognition technology? Should police be allowed to get facials? During on the scene, are they allowed to actually go to a pedicure and get a manicure and a facial? Or should Okay, let's see. All over the world, private businesses, law enforcement agencies, and national governments are using facial recognition systems, so people can recognize your facials. Now, and if you've had a facial, you know what that feels like. I've been told that Henry Kissinger is a very strong voice. It's really a new world order. You're right. My Kissinger is one of my best. You're right. I perfected that. I used to make a dying woman love to hear that voice. I worked for a woman who was dying of cancer on a somber note. And whenever she called me, she'd always request me to do that voice. And she said, David, you do that so well. Now I'm getting sad. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about what a wonderful woman she was. And that's why I dedicated my time to her, not to her husband, who turned out to be a total scumbag. With a big S. Yeah. Okay, your pastor told us not to come to church if we didn't believe in Easter. That's what Tase Me Bro says. Well, I can't help you with that, man. If you're not Catholic or you're not Christian, and you're going to why don't you go to a non-denominational church that, there's a like Foursquare church. They don't care what you are. You can be a Buddhist for all they care. Is there anything you should buy before June 1st comes from China? Yes, everything. Car covers come from China. You need a car cover, now's the time before the prices jump. I'm looking at getting a car cover for one of my cars. That little one, yeah. I'm a little concerned. I'm thinking of buying it right now. But it's made in America, so I don't think I'll have a problem. It's pretty pricey, too. Well, car covers could be worth it. If you're protecting the big asset that you have in life, why not make sure it looks good? If you try to, keep it for future use. I don't want to sell my car because I'm using it as a collector's item. Sarah and I bought 2 cars, identical cars. That, mine has pinstriping down the side, and it was 1 year earlier, and it's a 5-speed. And Sarah has the first CVT transmission of the same car. And here is my original view of that car back in 2010. I was just ending 500 hours of broadcasting with a kind of a somber note. I just wanted to videotape myself out in front of my house. But you can see that, I really gave it my all, and I hadn't got any one single press release came back. Not one press release returned. So I was kind of in a down mode, but I was at this point deciding what to do. And right after this, I made the blackface video.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon.
And you look kind of weird in it too. Yeah, you know, I'm 6'4" and I fit right into that thing. Yeah, and some guy was asking me one day. He said, you know, I drove it downtown, and he stopped me at the library, and he said, "You drive a boat, really? Well, at least you're protected." This has high ratings for protection. It's one of the tops in front end side impact. It's got a rollover bar in it, made of a stainless steel band. Stainless steel is like really, you know, but it's got a band around the back end of it that goes all the way around the back. Anyway, I was talking to a guy at a library. He said, "Hey, I wonder how much those cost." I said, "Well, I bet they cost about $5,000. So I went home that night. I looked in the paper, and lo and behold, one was only like 5 miles away from our house. And it was a CVT transmission. I had talked to Sarah about getting one, and it was $5,000. So we went and looked at it, and it had a few little nicks and things, you know, but it was really in great condition. First owner, original owner. He had all the paperwork. He even had the manuals for it. And so we went home, and I said, "Well, Sarah, let's make him an offer of $3,500. Just to throw it out there, because we know that the batteries go bad in these things, because my battery was going bad. I had to replace mine at that point. It cost me a couple $1,000s. So we went ahead and we offered him $3,500, and he took it. And after taxes, and then we did get new batteries for her car and my car. And out the door, it was, you know, about $5,000. You know, $5,500 plus tax, $6,000 for her car. Mine was $7,500 when I first bought it. It was used. It had $125,000 on it, and I put $100,000 on it, about roughly. So it's in great shape. It looks exactly like that in the picture. So if we could build cars that get 100 miles per gallon, it'd be ideal for our country. If we could start producing something, and instead of letting other companies beat us at the game of producing a hybrid car, we could do this. You know, nobody's produced a car with both the same electric generation system that Honda has and the same one that Toyota has. Now, there are regenerative braking systems that Hyundai uses, that Toyota, you know, leases them. The ones they use in the Prius, the brakes are, actually the tires and the brakes have a generator in them. But the IMA system that Honda has, which is in this one, uses the transmission as it's slowing down off of a steep incline or spinning out fast. It harnesses energy, and it has an integrated motor assist, it's called, and it too creates energy. And nobody has put together all of those ideas together into one car. It has a 1-liter engine, 3-cylinder, that can get about 50 miles per gallon on its own. So I really believe that we could pull it off. We could make a 4-passenger car using both the Toyota's regenerative braking system and as well as the IMA Honda system. And at least that, you know, pay the leases to Honda and Toyota to do that and get it affordable. And if we can get a car scaled down to about $15,000, that's really nice, comfortable family car that gets 100 miles per gallon and has a charging ability, now you're talking about competitive cars that could beat Tesla at their game. And the U.S. government could actually do this. We could actually finance one particular type of car. And that would save us a lot of tax dollars, because if the government is making money, we no longer have to pay into it. So that's my goal, is to actually see something like that come to fruition if I were president. All right. Meanwhile, back at the farm, San Francisco is set to become the first city to ban police officers and other government officials from using facial recognition technology. I agree with San Francisco. I think that's great. I think they've already got lowrider tires on it. It is sounding brilliant, isn't it, True Blue? Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a mesh of ideas. Right, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we'll get back to you when I talk to you later. Bye-bye. Yeah, excuse me, I had a phone call. Yeah, just it happens in the show. Sometimes we get a call. You didn't hear it because it's buzzed. Okay, let's take a look here. Music, right. It's what's for dinner. The Stinger. Okay, so why would we have a media verification alliance? The key is we need to actually verify whether we're being told the truth. I know, it's time for some music. If we're not sure of what we're seeing is true, how are we to believe that terrorism is on the rise? How are we to believe that there's lone gunmen running around killing people and the terrible misuse of guns happening all around the country? Play that funky music, Wat Boy. Well, you did check out my Cool Rock collection, right? I didn't have to go too far into it to show you inside music. Check this out. This is from the Cool Rock site. We have a community that is extraordinary. You can watch our show during the show. You can actually catch it. I don't have it active because Flash has to be activated, but the Cool Rock online community is up and running. As you can see, the chat is right there on the screen. Thank you in advance for your cooperation with this. And yes, you can play with yourself. That's a computer responding. Trying to make it do something good, yeah. And you've got a lot of fun stuff on this site, but one of the best things is Mr. Doob down here. Here's a harp. And then there's the drum machine over here. I'm not going to play that. But Mr. Doob, you want to haul the screen up, you can. Man, you got some cool things in here. I found this right next to this button right here. This is the type button, which is kind of cool. Hello. Hi. Hell. Oh. Boom. Click enter to draw waves. So, hi there. That's kind of cool. But right next to the type thing is this wonderful, incredible multi-track ability. And I discovered Inside Music here, where you can actually create music on the fly. Go into their program called Enter 360.
Welcome to Inside Music, presented by Song Exploder. I'm your host, Rishikesh Hirway. To begin, Slip Away by Perfume Genius. The song is being loaded. When it's ready, you'll hear the layers of music all around you. You can even turn layers on and off to hear the song in a new way.
Don't hold back, I wanna break free, got it singing through your body, and I'm carried by the sound.
Anyway, have fun with it. Go for it. Enjoy it. It's just like an amazing site Cool Rock is evolving into. Mr. Doob turned out to be the best, coolest plugin I've ever seen. And I really appreciate all the different things people have suggested that we bring into the show to create music. All right, I'm out of there. I'm going to move into the next wave of what we're doing. Okay, good deal. Yeah, it's free. Coolrock.com. Check it out. But can we get into some real music? Yeah, we can. I've got oh yeah, we got some cool people here hanging out. Definitely. Wow. We've got the new slam. I made this myself. Huh. It's not working. Wow. Here it is.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before.
before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we've talked about total collusion tonight. You heard me get crap from Mad Dog tonight about talking about total collusion. He wants me to stop talking about it and show more respect for our president. I'm sorry, but this guy does not exude the behavior that would make one respect him. He just doesn't have that, gee, I really want to respect you, buddy. You like lying to people. You love stating something and flipping on it. That's not something I respect. I'll tell you, I get no respect. Take our president, for instance. But no, seriously, we've got a lot of issues. And if this turns into something this week with William Barr getting us a citation, a contempt of court citation, if it turns into a felony charge, we will be seeing a movement toward the impeachment process. And with Justin Amash being the first to actually go against the president, Justin Amash has broken from the ranks as the first Republican to actually become in favor of impeachment. So thank you, Justin Amash. Yeah. I'll tell you, I get no respect. Take our president, please. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Austria Kurz calls for snap elections amid video scandal. What did he do? What happened with his video? Did he have like a picture of his pee-pee? The Vice Chancellor Heinz Christian Strache resigns of a video sting. Yeah. Let's just hold him up to the same barometer, yeah, as Donald Trump, yeah? Austria's Chancellor Sebastian Kurz has called for fresh elections after his ruling coalition collapsed following an apparent video sting that forced his deputy to step down. I'm slipping into Arnold. Slipping into Arnold. That sounds a little weird. Kind of kinky, too. Then came hours after Heinz Christian Strache, the vice chancellor and leader of the far-right Freedom Party, resigned over a covert video that appeared to show him offering government contracts to a Russian woman in exchange for campaign help. A little tip for tap there. Happens all the time in government. It should not happen, but he got caught doing it. Enough is enough. The serious part of this video was an attitude toward abuse of power, towards dealing with taxpayers' money, toward the media. And in this country, said the chancellor, who heads the center-right People's Party, he would not reach an agreement with the leadership of Strache's FBO on carrying forward the coalition. So he's asking for an election. They want to see if he's really 100%. Good for you, man. That's great. I mean, it's a smart move on his part to go right to the people and say, hey, do you not like me or do you not like me? Okay, go for them. We'll see what happens with that. Creepy Uncle Joe has reappeared in the mainstream. Grab that breast, yeah. You know, Joe, you were supposed to not touch women. You see that little handshake at the back end? It's like, oh yeah, we know what you're into. We know what you want to do. Yeah, it's like kiss, kiss, hug, hug. I would advise Joe to keep his hands off all the women and just do the bump thing that Howie Mandel does, you know. It's just every time he touches women, you start to freak out like he's got a little erection down there. Yeah. Doesn't he look like a guy walking around with a Viagra Cialis addiction? That must be tough for you guys that are overdosing on Viagra and Cialis. It's like, what are you going to do? You're walking around with an erection. I mean, how do you handle that, huh? So Arnold is doing a new Terminator movie. How do they explain an aging robot? That should be a good one. I think you have to look at it in a different way. Arnold is timeless. Everything he does is completely imitatable. Anyone could play and impersonate him. You're too virile to have Cialis and Viagra. Well, there is a link between Cialis and Viagra. Yeah, there's a link to skin cancer. I know. I wanted everybody to know that. Should you worry? There are class action suits spinning out on this entire thing, but erectile dysfunction drugs and cancer, should you worry? They've got this nasty picture of a palm with a little pill in it. A study in the JAMA International Medicine in 2014 found that men who used erection-enhanced drug Viagra were 84% more likely to develop melanoma, the most dangerous form of skin cancer, over a period of 10 years. Now, the industry, Viagra, has stated that that's not an accurate statistic, that they say that it really should read, you have a 14% higher chance of getting skin cancer. Yeah, I wonder, is he okay? Because that's a pretty big hit to the back of Arnold. You think he's okay? Has anyone heard about Arnold's physical health? Yeah, I don't think he gets along with Trump, so I don't think we can ask Trump about it. We're trying to see if the Terminator is being put back to health. Yeah, I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. He's okay. He said he's okay. Okay. Well, he's 71 years old. He's got a lot of muscle in that area of his body. Yeah, I mean, if anybody could take a drop kick, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. I used to know his trainer. Believe it or not, I knew his trainer. I did not know Arnold. I knew this guy. He was I don't know. He had like long curly strawberry hair, and he was kind of a rocker. But he used to work out at World's Gym, where Arnold was working out. I was actually a member of World's Gym when they first started, when Joe Gold sold Gold's Gym, and he opened up World's Gym. And I was one of the first guys to actually join. I'm on the membership list as the first year. But I never got to meet Arnold because I was always away somewhere. And he always came in and talked to me. I used to work in the area, and he told me about Arnold Schwarzenegger being a great guy, and he used to look forward to help training him, because when you're training, you have to have somebody stand next to you. People pay for people to do that. Otherwise, you don't have the motivation to push yourself. Yeah, I used to be a bodybuilder myself, but I backed away from it. Yeah. Yeah, I like to name drop. Yeah. I grew up in Venice. I knew the people. I used to know. I met these people. Franco Colombo, I met him. Yeah. Yeah. Frank Zane, I met him. Yeah. But I never met Arnold. I hope Arnold's okay, though, seriously, because he's had heart surgery. You know, that's not good for your body to get kicked in the, obviously. Let's move on. Oh, and speaking of learning on the fly, Ocasio is learning how to become a congresswoman. In this particular session, she learned how to actually figure out what socialism is. She was trying to figure out why in Australia people can get a drug that only costs $8 for an HIV drug, but right in the US, it's $1,780. And she says, we, the public, we, the people, developed this drug. We paid for this drug. There's no reason this would be $2,000 a month. People are dying because of it. I realize that this is a good point. I mean, but we don't have universal health care. We never did. Plus, you really believe that we really can't afford to pay $2,000 per dose for everybody who's got HIV? I mean, maybe she has HIV. That's why she's so concerned. I don't know. I mean, maybe she's looking at the cost of survival, because apparently you can get rid of HIV. And Magic Johnson did it. But it takes a lot of effort. Yeah, you got to take interferon and all kinds of things. I'm not privy to this information, really. I'm just guessing. But if you had HIV and you didn't want anyone to talk about it, and you wanted to find out why it was so expensive, you'd have it written in all over your face. Is this the kind of woman you'd hang out with and French kiss at a bar? Really? Yeah, where have you been, lady? Yeah, I don't know if I want to smack my lips on your lips. Yeah, AOC. Was this the real reason Heston joined the NRA? Okay, let's take a look. Whoa, I remember this. This was a beautiful moment. A capture between human and ape. As seen in The Planet of the Apes. Beneath the Planet of the Apes, I believe this is the episode. It was a moment that many people didn't expect. Man with ape. Final romance. Thank you for that. I don't think I'd ever seen that one. No, it's an ape. It was an actual ape from the movie. David, you were just awesome. Just saying. Thank you, Gerald. Appreciate it. It's hard to be this awesome all the time. I got to tell you, I work at it. Was that Lady Gaga? No, that was Charlton Heston. I know they look alike. I like Charlton Heston. I think he's one of the greatest actors we ever had. He played Moses. How could you not like him as an actor? I think Charlton Heston was kind of like the Tom Cruise of his day, you know? Except Charlton Heston actually he brought home the bacon. He had Academy Awards. Yeah. Best actor in Ben-Hur. Amazing. And he won the Jean Hersholt Humanitarian Award, 1978. Yeah, he's a great actor. I really admired him, and I don't mind his position on the NRA and gun rights. I think it was a solid position. Oh, he was great in Soylent Green. Yeah. Soylent Green is people. I would not make a Soylent Green dinner. No, you know, I'm kind of anti soybean. I'm moving against soybeans because of the esters in it. A lot of people who eat soybeans are becoming gay. To be blunt, I talked to a lot of young men in our show. They said, Dave, why am I becoming gay? And I said, simply, it's the soybean diet, especially the GMO soybeans. They produce some sort of an ester that is like estrogen, and apparently makes you less attracted to women and more attracted to men. Yeah, sorry to explain that to you. If you're in New Jersey or California, please don't disregard everything I said. I'm not trying to scare you straight by having you go off soy.
All right, we're going to play the new mini AOC video. We're going to break it down afterwards, so let's watch it.
Like, hello, America. AOC here again, but this time from Washington, D.C., which is named after our country's first president, George Washington, D.C. Did you know that?
It's hilarious. I'm going to play this tonight. Thank you. Very funny, and this young lady does a really good job of impersonating AOC. I mean, it's like she's more intelligent than AOC, and that's why she's able to do it. She's a really bright young lady, yeah, young girl. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Soy, especially soy, causing your mangina, no, your body parts to grow. Yeah, you develop a little man boob. Yeah, I noticed that. For some people that I talk to are like really into soy. They say, Dave, I just had a soy float. It's so great. I'm going, dude, your man boobs are showing. You know? Well, I'm not saying you have man boobs just because you're gay. And by the way, if you are gay, don't think it's a bad thing, okay? I'm not trying to hate on you because you have chesticles. I'm just saying that, you know, if you don't want to be gay and you're kind of going in that direction, you may want to look at the soy in your diet. Chickpeas might be better than soybeans because chickpeas are more like chicks, you know? Yeah, they're hot. That chickpea's got a nice you-know-what. I think Rock Hudson ate a lot of soy. That was the thing. Arnie assaulted recently in public event. Yeah, we just played that. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Is this from a different angle? Yeah, we're looking at it now. Possibly another angle. Yeah. You want to hear the rest? How he wanted to get a Lamborghini? Listen to this guy. Help me, I need a Lamborghini. A plea for help in Africa. Yeah, he was in South Africa looking for a Lamborghini. And he thought maybe Arnold would buy it for him if he kicked him in the back to prove his strength. I mean, it's some sort of rite of passage thing that they do in South Africa. I don't know, but it looks pretty kinky to me. Okay, we went to Ocasio-Cortez, a little Arnold Schwarzenegger. Still looking at total collusion, cheating in the election, misuse of power, all things Donald Trump did, and Justin Amash, the Republican, has stepped forward to say he wants to go for impeachment. I applaud you, Justin Amash. Good job. Yeah, he had like 10 bodyguards, and they still got to him because the bodyguards aren't thinking as like a young 14-year-old guy with, nothing to lose. Probably knows that he'll go home to eating rice and beans for the next 16 years and never get a Lamborghini. He also knew that if he didn't kick him, he never would be known by the press. Now people want to interview him. Hey, you were that guy who kicked him in the back. And now he'll go down in history among his South African friends as the cool guy that got to kick Arnold Schwarzenegger in the back. This is the kind of BS that this South African country is now becoming a part of. Remember Winnie Mandela and what happened with her? She's still dealing with the aftermath of burning children alive in rubber tires. Yeah, they do some bad things to people in that state, that country. Ever since de Klerk gave up white rule and apartheid ended, not that that's a bad thing. It became a complete free-for-all for Africans, to take over the country and treat anybody, especially white men, like crap. A lot of white men have lost their farms in that country, so it doesn't surprise me. You get a white man like Arnold walking around with a bodyguard, they hate him. That's right, they're racist toward the white minority. That's the real story behind this kick in the Arnold's back, which is kind of an indication of the kind of attitude, ethos of the young men in that country. Okay. Arnold, yes, let's move on to Ron Paul speaking out about the country and how socialist it is and how we aren't really a free economy. Ron Paul made an appearance yesterday.
Because you can pick on the edges like I do on the Federal Reserve, saying that distorts the market. I don't want to be included in the criticisms because I think it deserves some challenge as well.
What do you think happens if, in the unlikely event, the very unlikely event, that a socialist, a democratic socialist, call it like that, what would happen to America's economy if that person won the election in 2020?
Well, the markets would go down initially, but they wouldn't go down and stay down. It wouldn't be the end of the world because they wouldn't rule the day. What if you had a libertarian president put in office? Would you fear too much liberty and there's no controls and nobody telling us what to do? No, what determines what happens is an attitude of the people. The people still have something to say about this. And when they express themselves, they're listened to. Sometimes it takes the people's outcry to stop wars and overwhelm what they're doing in Washington. Yeah, I just don't think, I think if you have, we've had people who have been pretty socialistic, and sometimes Republicans, when they have, when they pump up, prescription health programs. That's socialistic. So we participate, and I'm thinking in more clear thoughts about saying stay out of the economy, and that is a much better way. But a socialist is not going to be the end of the world. I used to say that I don't even call Obama a socialist. He's an interventionist. He's a corporatist. He defended the corporation. Obamacare built up the corporations, the drug companies, the health companies, the insurance companies. It was.
He's so right. Yeah, he is right. Obama really did build up the corporations, and he was all about corporate America. Obama was a New World Order puppet. I wish that Ron Paul would start using the vernacular we use on our show. I wish he would start talking about the Zionist New World Order plan to take over the world. You know, he's a little old school, but we want to thank Ron Paul for actually exposing the Fed and how they've controlled our country. I would have voted for Ron Paul if I wasn't running. Yeah, I would have. He exposed End the Fed was a great book, and it exposed the nature of the fractional reserve banking system. I always vote for myself, yeah. But the reality is this expansion of credit, which has been going on under our government for many, many years, we are literally running on borrowed money. Our country borrows money to operate. Your taxes go to a fund that pays the interest on the debt. That was a shocker to me. And when he explained early on in 2008, we started tuning into the Ron Paul thing. He explained how the fractional reserve banking system exists. We became much more knowledgeable, the American people. So whether you're Democrat or Republican, you still are worried about what Ron Paul was talking about, how they expanded our credit and our debt and embraced corporate America like Barack Obama and now Donald Trump. So both parties, by the way, are being used to give you an illusion of choice and at the same time minimizes any dissension by creating anger between both parties, and it makes it so that nobody can even find a way out. You either jump into the Republican pool of voters or you jump into the Democratic pool of voters. That's how they control us. But both parties are owned and bought by corporate America. And that much is true. And the corporate America connection to the both parties has really affected our country because it no longer helps the people. It no longer services our individual rights and our opportunities. So we need a party for the American people now. And Ron Paul didn't go with it. In 2012, he could have done what I was doing, gone to the Americans Elect conventions and participated. He had the most votes of any independent. He could have built a third party in 2012, but he didn't do it. Big mistake, in my opinion. He needed to jump off the Republican bandwagon. I think a lot of people need to jump off the Republican bandwagon, and a lot of people need to jump off the Democratic bandwagon. We really aren't getting any answers from these people. But I agree with Ron Paul about ending the Fed. We need to move toward that and staying out of Iran's business. I agree. In fact, Iran's business has really been a point of contention. Ron Paul feels that we should not influence them. We should not threaten them. And I think he's right in that regard. I think Trump's wrong by threatening Iran. I really do. Well, that's the point. We don't have any representation, and I mean us, the American people, not just white people. No, we're going to up it to $500 a month. You didn't get the memo? Yeah, we've got a plan to get $5 or $500 a month for everybody in America. Isn't that great? We've got a lot of good plans. We talk about our plans on Wednesday. Is our big day to talk about Wasteful Wednesday. We talk about all these things that we're going to do to help the environment, get people a basic income. But $500 a month for all U.S. adult citizens is my idea, and I'm the basic income guy. I'm the guy that first brought it up to the American people. And we started the idea in 2012 with our Baseline Plus program, where the baseline's covered by the government. The plus part is where you work. Nixon had the idea, yeah, but I'm the first person in modern history to bring a number to it. I know Nixon had a plan, but he didn't put a number on it. Nixon would never have implemented it anyway. He never actually implemented it. You know, they tried this plan. They offered $500 a month after I came up with a $500 a month plan. Sacramento or Stockton, California talked about it. And Stockton, California brought up a $500 a month plan. They're testing it out right now with 130 recipients. And they're going to determine in Stockton if these 130 people are benefiting from the money. And preliminary studies show that they're not. Preliminary shows, yeah, I know, he was the first guy to talk about basic income. I got that. Just like you said Pat Buchanan was the first guy to talk about a fence. Well, I was talking about a fence at the same time with my father. In 1992, we were talking about it. In California, I remember doing that. And then we moved up here to this exact room I'm in right now. And in 1993, we were talking about it right where I'm sitting. Exact position. I was sitting, talking to my dad, saying, yeah, we really need a fence and bring our troops home and guard the border. And we still haven't had that problem. And I know I'm not talking to my imaginary father, although it'd be great to talk to him right now. But my father and I actually planned on building a third party, and talked about the idea of building a third party and what it would entail. I never really told him I was going to build a third party, but we talked about the idea of a third party. Fred Harris was a really interesting guy in 1976. He came up with the third party concept. He's a Native American who ran for president. And in 1976, he made quite a stir. And he put together a plan. I would call him a populist, Fred Harris. Anyway, I think he's still around. Yeah, he's still alive. He's a very intelligent man who put together the idea of populism. There he is. Anyway, we talked about Fred Harris and his chances of becoming a populist as a president, and we thought how difficult it would be. But my father and I referred to the people with money in the two-party system as elitists. Elitists that controlled the two-party system. And we knew that the two-party system was bad and would always be corruptible. So in a way, we kind of introduced that idea, and I followed up with it when he passed away. My dad died right before 9/11 attack, and he never got a chance to see our country being attacked, and I'm glad he didn't, because my father was a proud, truly proud American who never would have wanted to see our country betrayed by its own leaders. I believe that there's been a cover-up with 9/11 at the highest ranks of our government, and I believe that that cover-up is not going to in any way we're not going to get an investigation into that cover-up for many years to come. I would love to see one in the next 5 to 10 years, but 9/11 has been completely covered up by our government. There's more than enough evidence to suggest that there was explosions in the buildings, and there's more than enough evidence, if you look at Building 6 alone, to convince yourself that if Building 6 blew up like this, then how in the world could it not have been a bomb? I mean, it clearly was a bomb. Yet the 9/11 report didn't include bombs because, like right here, look at this. Look at the center core of that building. It was just completely demolished, a big hole in the middle of it. That can't happen from just a piece of another building falling on it. So they just refused to look at that, and then Building 7 not being hit by any planes that we know of. It fell down due to a structural fire. No building has ever fallen down from a structural fire. And then the Pentagon didn't want to reveal all the cameras of the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon, revealing what could be a possible missile. Now, if a missile hit the Pentagon that took it out, not a plane, and if the buildings had been set with charges like explosives to create a detonation, that would mean a larger plan was put in place that would have been a huge cover-up about that larger plan. And I think that's what we can reveal, that Dick Cheney didn't do anything for 35 minutes. Yeah. 35 minutes he wasted calling one of our generals, General Worley, who, by the way, died in a freak accident in 2009. Yep. George W. Bush was in elementary school reading from that book, I Pet Goat, and it was upside down, and he didn't even respond to our country being attacked. I mean, what kind of a president reads a book that's upside down during an attack on the country, and he didn't want to upset the children by getting up? I mean, it's illogical. Yet everything has been completely smoothed over, and we did somehow find that 18 men were responsible, and they were all Saudi Arabians, and somehow we found that from a passport that was in mint condition at the bottom of a pile of dust. And this perfectly good passport was sitting there. So clearly 9/11 triggered the Iraq and Afghanistan war. And that's where we are today. And we really haven't pulled out of there because they don't want to pull out of there. They want to control that region and use their power and send young men off to die. Now, Trump's talked about sending 120,000 troops to Iran. And then now he backed off saying, no, I don't want to attack Iran, no. Because his top military advisor says, Iran didn't predict this. There's nothing from Iran that caused this. It's just your mouth, Donald. Donald triggered the aggression from Iran. Iran is going, we will retaliate. Why are you doing this? This kind of thing. So Trump is causing the problem and aggression with Iran now too, which is another suspicious New World Order move by him, because they want to take down Iran. They want to take down Syria. They want to control the whole region. The New World Order does. They don't want countries. Okay, Sarah's here to bring peace to the show. It's our Sustainable Saturday, we call it.
Well, I like that.
Yeah.
Sustainable Saturday. There's a lot. Did you know the meaning of sustainability is being able to provide for the needs of the current generation without impinging on the needs of future generations. So that's a pretty big definition there. You know, so many people, I need to do something with my hair. What do you suggest? I don't need dreadlocks. I like my hair. I actually like my hair, so thank you, Big Outlaw, but I have a date. His name is Dave. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do a French braid on my own hair. I can do a French braid on like somebody else's hair, but not on my own hair. You need a haircut? Alright. I don't think I need a haircut. Well, I don't know. Do I need a haircut? No. I'm not going to cut my hair. I'm going to be myself. Alright. So shall I give you guys the choice again of how you get to spend your time with me? 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, we just sit and talk, and then you have to ask me questions though, or actually interact with me, because if you choose 4 and you just like want me to talk, that doesn't necessarily work. 3, it's okay if I read an article or a bedtime story. 2, I can read some pithy quotes from famous people about odd things. And 1, you want me to read, do you want to do trivia on cultural literacy, what every American needs to know? And if you don't vote, then I'll just do what I want. Thank you, Johnny. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, vote. 4, I talk. 3, article. 2, quotes. 1 is trivia. 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 Okay, Drex, I think you're gonna get your wish. Bingo, 5 was not a choice. I have never dated any overweight guys. I've never dated anyone who's weighed more than David. I find slender Men more attractive, just like men often find slender women more attractive. Indeed, Mike. Indeed. What's the tallest guy I've ever dated? I think probably David is the tallest guy I've ever dated as well. Although I do like taller gentlemen. Good to know, Rex. You've never dated any overweight guys either. Read Article 3. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of both. I'll start with one trivia question. And then I'll read a paragraph. And then I'll go from there. You've tried to know absolutely nothing about a great many things, and you've succeeded fairly well. Robert Benchley. Oh, there you go. You threw in some quotes. What was your question? That was more of a statement. One? Oh, your one is trivia. Oh, okay. So a couple trivias. I think I'm going to start my book again. Because I got to the end. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got to the end. We're on technology, and then we went to... Let me see. Yep. We went to technology. We got to the end of the book. We'll start again. Okay, question 1. Five is the live stream of my garden. I don't have a live stream of my garden. Man, people do really write a lot. I thought I wrote a lot, but... Alright, I think Mad Dog will like this category. It's the Bible. That's a category. First clue, who were the first 2 patriarchs of the Old Testament? According to the book of Genesis, God made a covenant with the first patriarch, telling him to leave his own country and promising to give his family, the Hebrews, the land of Canaan. I'm sorry, I cannot see who is answering the truth. Wait, maybe I can.
Moses. Bolsheviks.
Nope, sorry, no one's right yet. Wait, yes, Stormy Daniels has 1. And Big Outlaw has 1. All right, you are correct with Abraham.
Hold it for a second. Thank you. Okay.
Are you finished? Or never mind.
Well, it's almost 2 minutes left. I'm going to up my bid.
There's only one bid.
Me, yeah.
So I don't think you have to up your bid.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Who was Abraham's son? Canaan was the promised land.
Canaan. Who was his favorite son? You got Abraham.
Bingo is correct. Bingo.
Isaac. Abraham is correct.
Abraham and Isaac. Those were the first 2 patriarchs of the Old Testament. God promised to maintain the covenant with Abraham's son, Isaac. After a time, God tested Abraham by telling him to sacrifice Isaac as a burnt offering. Abraham obediently placed Isaac on an altar and took a knife to kill him. Then an angel of the Lord appeared and told Abraham to spare his son because Abraham had proved his faith. Both Jews and Arabs claim descent from Abraham. Jews through Isaac, Arabs through Abraham's other son, Ishmael. Abraham's devotion to God makes him a model of faith to Jews and Christians alike. The bosom of Abraham is a term used in the Gospel of Luke and in poetry. The bosom of Abraham is a term used in the Gospel of Luke, and in poetry it often refers to the peace of heaven. The bosom of Abraham. Have you ever heard of this song? I remember singing this song. Father Abraham had many sons, and many sons had Father Abraham.
That's a great song.
And something like, Father Abraham had many sons, and I am one of them. Something like that.
That's cool. That's pretty good that you can remember that. I remember one song from my kindergarten. Miss Polly had a dolly that was 666, so she called in a doctor who came quick, quick, quick.
Wait, so 666? That's like...
It's like 666, I know.
Like, what school did you go to versus Father Abraham? No, I'm just kidding.
You think I was indoctrinated?
You think I was indoctrinated?
I'm not saying either one of us was indoctrinated, but yeah. Maybe I was, I don't know.
Maybe I was too. All right. Next clue, or next one. In the Bible, who were the first man and the first woman? The book of Genesis tells that God created the man by breathing life into the dust of the ground. Good job, Cal Worthington. And his dog, Bingo. Yes, Bingo, and Rex has it. And good job, Big Outlaw. Adam and Eve. Later, God created Eve from Adam's rib. God placed Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, telling them that they could eat the fruit of all the trees in the garden except the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They lived happily until the serpent, Satan, tempted Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. She ate and gave the fruit to Adam, who also ate. They immediately became aware and ashamed of their nakedness. Because of Adam and Eve's disobedience, God drove them from the garden into the world outside, where Eve would suffer in childbirth and Adam would have to earn his livelihood by the sweat of his brow. The direst consequence of Adam and Eve's disobedience was death. Dust thou art, said God, and unto dust thou shalt return. After their expulsion, Eve gave birth to sons, first Cain and Abel, and then Seth, and thus Adam and Eve became the parents of humankind. Adam and Eve's sin and their consequent loss of God's grace and the enjoyment of paradise are referred to the fall of man, or simply the fall. Hello, Mangle 20. Sorry, the answer was Adam and Eve. The question was, who were the first man and what woman according to the Bible? I don't think I'm your true love, Mad Dog. I thought DT Allura was your true love. Or maybe your daughter's mother. Obama-Nisha? No, I don't know her name. I think I got that wrong. Yeah, but it's a little creepy. All right. What is the beginning and the end in the Greek alphabet? In the Greek alphabet in which the New Testament was written, one is the first letter and the other is the last. In the book of Revelation, God says, I am this, meaning that God remains from the beginning to the end of time. Correct. Bingo. And Rex 360 and True Blue. Obama Keisha is your first love girl. What about her mother? I mean, you must have loved her mother to impregnate her. Because otherwise you go with the whole idea of keeping it in your pants, which is very good advice, by the way. Alright. Answer was Alpha and Omega. Ooh, I like it, Big Outlaw. Good job. Spending some time getting the actual Alpha and Omega symbols in. Nice. Sweet. Alright. Who are, or what are spirits who live in heaven with God or they become devils in hell if they fall from goodness? If they've fallen from goodness. Correct. Yes. Angels. Good job. Cal Worthington, True Blue. But Cal Worthington put angles. Those are awesome in math. But anyway, I'll give you that. True Blue, Rex, and bingo. Yes. In the Bible, angels are often sent to earth, sometimes with a human appearance, to bring the messages of God to people, to guide and protect them, or to execute God's punishments. Execute God's punishments, eh? See Abraham and Isaac, Annunciation, Cherubim, Daniel in the Lion's Den, Gabriel, Jacob's Ladder, Lot's wife, Lucifer, Michael, Passover, Plagues of Egypt, Satan, and Sodom and Gomorrah. Alright, what was an announcement made by the angel Gabriel to Mary, the mother of Jesus, that she was to bear a son, even though she was a virgin, and her son was to be called Jesus? I did not know this before. I'm glad I reread this. Those good questions, Rex. You're correct, Stormy Daniels. It was Annunciation. Rex 360 says, why does God hide so much and demand to be worshipped? These are my questions. Good questions. The question was, what was an announcement made by the angel Gabriel to Mary, the mother of Jesus, that she was to bear a son even though she was a virgin? Her son was to be called Jesus. What was that announcement? Announcement, Annunciation. All right, who is a person mentioned in the New Testament as an enemy of Jesus, who will appear before the second coming and will win over many of Jesus's followers? This person is often identified with the beast described in the book of Revelation, whom God destroys just before the final defeat of Satan. Since the New Testament was written, people have frequently tried to prove that an individual human being was this. Correct. True Blue, yes. And bingo, and Rex, yes. Antichrist. Some of the candidates have been the Roman emperors Nero and Caligula, and the modern dictators Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin. And of course, you know that Obama's car, a limousine, was called the Beast. I'm not reading from a Catholic book. I'm reading from Cultural Literacy, what every American needs to know. The ultimate family reference to the people, places, and events every American needs to know. Alright, that's what I'm reading from. Hi, Misanthropy! Alright. Well, It's more about having conversations with people. Like, if people refer to something, you don't have to go and look it up because you know about it. There's a lot of people that... Shall I read to you about why this book was written? There, I could do my reading, but... Anyway, it's not really about telling you what you need to know. It's really about being able to converse with other people when they are referring to things. Because oftentimes they'll refer to these things, and if you don't know what you're referring to, then anyway. You thought of a better game last night? It would kind of be like an IQ test. Ooh, should I do an IQ test? See where I end up. That might be a good one. You could watch me take an IQ test, and then you'd be like, oh, Sarah, I didn't realize you were not that smart. What's wrong with you? I'm just kidding. I don't know. You find specific pictures, I put them on the screen, and do some sort of word association thing. Well, I think there's IQ tests online. Shall I add that to the mix? All right, here's the Dave thing. Oh, that Dave IQ test? The fake IQ tests online? Mensa has a few. Online IQ test. David would not take an IQ test. He'd say, I already took one. OfficialIQtests.com. 1, 2, 3 tests. Suitable for kids, teenagers, and adults. So many tell you you have an IQ of 140. This was not working. Okay, here we go. I don't understand that. All right, here, start online IQ test. Ready to get started? The IQ test. The complete test consists of 30 questions, gradually increasing in difficulty. Before starting the test, make sure you are in a place that allows you to concentrate. Maximum transaction time is 45 minutes. Please do not use any reference materials or the help of anyone else in working these problems. Okay, no, I haven't really read them. All right. Start IQ test now. David will never do that. Not that I know of. He's very comfortable. Waiting. I, on the other hand, took that to heart and definitely like trying new things. As are you, Mad Dog. As are you. Oh, I might get banned for doing an IQ test. Mark Vondas, is it against the terms of service or something? Okay, then I won't do it. I don't want to get banned. Oh, banned by David. Never mind, not by Mark. All right, moving on. All right, the question is, oh, fill in the next one. Boop, 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 boop. Which comes next is blue, 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 blue. Bloop. I should have done that faster. All right. Bloop, bloop. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Huh. Let me think. Half. Oh. Half. Half. Oh, that's... I don't know. I don't know on this one. That's same. Full circle. That's the same. That's the same. I'm gonna go with this one for that. That's the same. What else is it? What other pattern? This one or this one or this one? I don't think it's these because that doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna go with this. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Full up. I would go with this, maybe. But then this one makes sense too. Why is that extra dot there? Okay, I'm gonna go with that one. Oh, these are weird. Does Sarah even have time to finish this? No, there's like 30 questions. Oh, goodness. I probably should, like, does it time me out on each one? I don't know. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it definitely makes me feel like not intelligent. I'll say that much. I don't think it's this one. Huh. I'm gonna go with that one. I don't know. This is weird. There's an old episode of Old Bob Newhart's where he found out his IQ is lower than his wife's. It's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna see these. Huh. Okay. That's throwing me for a loop completely. Have I got them all wrong so far? I don't even know how to know if I'm getting these wrong or right. Am I just guessing? Maybe. So this one has to be over here. This one has to be this one. Why is it not letting me guess that? Okay, I might have guessed two things. This is really weird. I should have read how. Oh. Evaluate answers from top to down. Choose one of green possibilities instead of a question mark. I get that, but I've never. How is this an acceptable quiz to test intelligence? It does remind me a little bit of the they have this test called, oh god, what is it called? I don't know. Tell us when, oh, I'm going to tell you when I'm going to click. All right. These two are the same. This one is the same. This one's facing the opposite way. These two are the same, but it adds this opposite way. This one and this one have this, but then it flips this. This has this, but it adds that. This all have this on top. These do not. These do not. This one must not have. So process of elimination, it's not this one, it's not this one. That's my thinking. These have all, this one all has this on this side. These do not, so therefore it doesn't have one on the top or on the side. So therefore it cannot be this one or this one, which I eliminated earlier. So I'm down to these. Three. These all four have this on the side, which makes me think it's this one. Especially because it's not like these are the same over here. This is completely flipped. So what if it were like this one? Which would be the opposite of this. I don't know, let me see. Square. I'm gonna go with that one even though I think I'm wrong. Okay, but I wish it had me feedback. Ginormous. All right, this is a weird. This is just weird. Okay. All right, I like this. Follow the dot. I can do this. counter is going. Okay, but then it goes, okay, here, here, here. And then I'm expecting it to go here, but then it doesn't. Here, here, here. All right. Here, here, here. So the dot must be land, in my opinion, on this top one, which would be this. Okay. Maybe I can follow this. This, if I use that same logic, this folds here. I don't understand this one at all. Even though this one and this one are the same. And this one is the flipped version of this in some ways. This one and this one are the same. This one I just feel like I'm just gonna guess on. I don't know that one at all. I'm trying to overthink these, I think. Yeah, David would probably say that. You'd get them all right at once. Yes. I only have an IQ of about 70. That's so sad. I don't get these at all. They're like Rorschach tests. Okay. It seems like this one's going that way, but so I would say maybe somewhere over here. So I'm going to lean between these two and these two. It's like the stick is moving opposite of the ball. The ball is moving.
Okay, trivia is over. I am now announcing the end of trivia tonight.
I only got through 11 questions, and those are too weird.
It's not bad. It's good.
I was taking an IQ test.
Oh, I warned you about taking IQ tests online.
Oh, what is it?
Huh? Well, there's no valid proof that they're accurate.
I agree with that.
So why even take them?
That was just a pattern recognition test.
Oh.
Not really a valid IQ test. And that's just and that didn't even have good patterns.
They never do. Kind of hard to find patterns in there.
Yep.
There is a pattern, but it's not too obvious.
I'm not going to score it. Why do we waste our time? I don't know.
I would say that you're looking for the odd man out on that one? The dot?
I don't know what I'm looking for.
I would put the odd man out as the dot. Okay, let's move on. I'm going to...
Moving on.
Thank you, Sarah.
It should get off.
You know, you teach so many people so many things in our show, and I'm glad that you do. She looks lovely tonight, yeah, doesn't she? And that peace shirt is awesome. I love that. You've had that for what, 20 years? That shirt?
No.
Oh.
I just had it in the drawer for a long time. I just put it in the drawer when I got it, so that's why you've never seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, yeah. I am a lucky man, yes. And you're lucky to watch us too. We're all lucky to be here, alive.
Lucky to be loved.
The mushroom haircut I decided to go with because, frankly, I think mushrooms are tasty, and I use them in my Italian food. I think it's great. It's an honor of mushrooms that I have
There's
a mushroom
a lot
haircut.
of mushrooms growing in the wild right now.
I know, and
My
they're all
garden is full of mushrooms.
they're all dangerous.
Yes.
Except-
Don't eat the mushrooms.
Don't eat the mushrooms.
They're not edible. Yeah, we met. Well, I think it was Bingo that asked me to put on a lighter color shirt, so
Oh,
I
cool.
obliged.
Yeah, it's summertime for me, even though it's not summer.
All right.
It's springtime. Thank you, Sarah.
Asta.
Take care. Enjoy. We were talking about mushrooms being so in demand. Yeah, but pizza has become a food hazard. So many people are totally in love with eating pizza that they become very fat. There are people, not necessarily in our chat room, I can see that we've got a few people missing, but some people love pizza so much that they're now 350 pounds. And one of our supporters in our show, who's not here thankfully, has that issue. And I think a lot of people don't realize that pizza is genetically modified to give you kind of a high, like heroin does. So if our food is becoming like a drug. The GMO food that they're making is like got opiates in it that make our bodies feel like, oh, our minds start to send good feelings through our brain. Norepinephrine is kicked into gear. I don't kick her out of the show. She has a set period of time, 2 times 30 minutes, in which she supports the time period that I need to do my other functions, like making dinner. I am unable to be in 2 places at the same time, as you say. Some people believe that Sarah is my programmer, and I am simply a robot. That's absurd. Ha 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 ha. If Earth was really pizza-shaped, Michelangelo Turtle would have devoured a quarter of us by now. Well, what if the Earth really wasn't just a sphere? Because we talked about this being kind of a artistic rendition of the Earth. Yeah. What if the Earth was not just a perfectly round object? What if it's like kind of oblong? You never know. Because as you know, we probably don't have an actual picture of the Earth. I send people on a journey to find a picture of the Earth. So I will bring you to the journey. Going on Google, I'm looking for a picture of the Earth, and I don't find one, except for artistic renditions. So this is earth-shattering, no pun intended. So let's do a Google search right now. Whoa, lightning. Yeah. Hello. Earth. The Earth is actually testicle shaped. Really interesting. Could be. Okay, so here's my search on Google, and this is not a secret search. Anyone can do this. And let's see if we can find one. No, that's the blue marble. That's actually an artistic rendition. All these are artistic renditions. This is another version of the blue marble by NASA. Yeah, that's a fake picture. You can tell from the smooth lining, the lines smoothing. That's not an actual. The satellite that took this incredible picture. No. There's no cloud movement in that picture. So I'm debunking it right now. Yeah, and you're seeing you can see the 3D art of the image studio that was used to create this. This is an incredible scam. They want us to believe this was taken from off the face of the Earth. So when you're Googling across the globe, you can even see the light shining on the image studio. It's like, see it? It's like a perfect, and none of the clouds are moving. Right, time lapse. Anyway, you look at this and you realize there isn't a single picture of the Earth out there that isn't artistically rendered. And you can go through this for days. You keep going until you find even flat Earth pictures here. So why have we not had a picture of the Earth? Yeah. Nothing. It's kind of fun just to look at all these pictures. They're all pretty cool looking. But yeah, if we went to the moon, how can we... Oh, this could be something, but that looks like paste up. Yeah. Oh, this is the only one that anyone really believes is real. Taken from the surface of the moon. But unfortunately for them, they didn't have the ability to see stars. Even though they had high color photography at the time, they didn't have to see stars in the background. Hard to believe there's not a single star in that black image. But that's what I'm talking about. Why would a country lie to the people so much to believe that we went to the moon and went there like multiple times and then came back and decided we didn't want to go anymore? Yeah, I saw the video of Arnold getting drop kicked. Do you have another perspective? We're taking different perspectives. Yeah. Arnold being kicked. Yeah.
One more
What's that?
No. Come here.
Help him, he needs a Lamborghini. Obviously, a man out of touch with reality. We suggested that this is possibly a normal behavior for South Africans to beat up white men. I'll tell you, I haven't spoken to my wife in years. I didn't want to interrupt her. That's a good one. Jesus gave him some help. Sparse, thank you for seeing the deity hover over Arnold. Did you see the effigy of the Virgin Mary hovering over Arnold during that time period? I know many of you want to see that. Duh. Hey, thanks for that other side angle. We've seen 2 or 3 different angles of that attack on Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think it's horrible. No, in South Africa they have Lamborghini ambulances? No. You're welcome. I think we could do better. I think we as a world should strive for better, but I think from now on, Arnold should not go into the people. You're risking it. Yeah, I wouldn't travel to South Africa to look at the people and sign some autographs. That's stupid. Yeah. He's a dummkopf. No, don't tell him that. He wouldn't want it. No, I like Arnold. I think he's really intelligent too. Yeah. But I don't think he should go out to these gatherings anymore. Just kick back, man. Hang out in Malibu. I'll meet you for drinks. We'll do a juice bar. Okay. Yeah, then we can compare stories of how much we didn't lift. This guy lifts so much weight. It's just amazing how much effort he put into his body. Have you seen Arnold during the early days? Oh my gosh. He won every award as a bodybuilder. As Mr. Olympia. Yeah, take a look at this. You want to see a man who sculpted his body, right? Yeah. Of course you do. Who doesn't? Every woman's dream to have a man with a 6-pack and then 12-pack on top of the 6-pack. And have an 18-pack. Yeah. Or maybe a 24-pack at 7-Eleven. To kick back and drink your pack. Yeah, check that out. I normally don't show pictures of you bodybuilders, but that guy, he was beyond built. I mean, that's in another dimension. He beat everybody. Nobody can compete. And one of his biggest competitors, Franco Colombo, is a good friend of his. Yeah. No, none of those pictures are actual, accurate pictures of the Earth, bingo. Yeah. I'll take a look at it, but yeah. They're all artistic renditions that have been built into a CGI mapping system. That is the blue marble, man. I could even compare the cloud movement directly to the blue marble right there. Oh, yeah. Yep, it's the blue marble. That's what I'm saying. You could find all kinds of versions of the blue marble, and you'll see the same thing. The same exact blue marble. Like I said, there's a footprint of the clouds. You can match it against every one. Oh, yes. Tell me more, David. Yeah. There's a lot of questions about the moon landing. There's this famous photography picture showing the guy with the camera in the background. This is a classic picture. You're seeing the man on the tripod at the corner there. Yes, right there. See? And then there's lighting issues too that just don't add up. You'd have to open the page up to look at it. Let's see if I can do that. Hang on. Blue arrows show many directions of sunlight. Orange circle shows hot spot of lighting. Right? Got that. And this plus indicates camera lens axis, but man's shadow does not seem to point camera that way. Interesting. Moon hoax data. But I was looking for something fun the other day, and I ran across this little ditty about Jack and Diane. No, I don't have that. No. Yeah, here it is. Check this out and compare the exact cloud arrangements. This is the reverse of that same spectral, but look at how they built into it the word sex. You can see it right there on the screen. I'll blow it up for you. Or better yet, it says sexy. Yes. So sexy the Earth is. See how they wrote sex in there? And you want to tell me that that's a real picture of the Earth? Uh-huh, sure. Oh boy, you got some property to buy on Mars, I'm sure. Hey Dave, we never went to the moon. Frankie, thank you for piping in on that. I agree. You told me a long time ago, I know. But then you want me to believe that there's reptilians. Dave, we need Larry Sinclair, everybody. We've had a request for Larry Sinclair, the homosexual that had oral sex with Barack Obama in a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois, while Barack Obama hit a crack pipe. Watch this.
Which was provided to him by me, where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois. And this person specifically made the statements that he was discussing Obama was discussing with him and his pastor on how to best deal with that situation, and then he ends up dead on December 23rd. That's how I'm saying it.
Okay, now what he's referring to there is Donald Young, the choir director at the Trinity United Church of Chicago, which was known as the Down Low Club, where Barack Obama attended. And according to Donald Young, he had a relationship with Barack Obama. And Donald Young, this man in the upper left, contacted Larry Sinclair right before he died. And Larry Sinclair has testimony to that fact. Now, Donald Young, right after he called Larry Sinclair and said not to put this out because he didn't want to hurt the president, Donald Young implored him not to do this, not to in any way affect, Barack Obama, because I think Donald Young secretly supported Barack Obama in his power and whatever. Anyway, Donald Young was found dead in his hotel room right after he talked to Larry Sinclair, just a couple days later. Yeah. So that's suspicious in and of itself. And what happened to Larry Sinclair is suspicious. And this is suspicious. And so is this very suspicious. So let's get back to the show. A lot of suspicion out there in the universe. I know. Were those two planets having sex? That's what I'd like to know. All right. Crack is bad, Hot Rails. You keep talking about it like a guy.
That this is perhaps the most.
You keep talking about wanting crack like a man who wants crack. Are you going to try crack in your life, Hot Rails? Are you thinking about doing crack? Because you know that's a road to ruin. There are YouTube videos of air balloons going up into the outer atmosphere with a fisheye. Well, that's the problem with video. It alters at a certain point in the ionosphere, and it has an optical effect. The ionosphere is not a dome like you flat earthers think. The ionosphere is described by the Van Allen as the Van Allen belts, at the beginning of the Van Allen belts. And our best space shuttle got to the outer sphere of the ionosphere at the beginning of the Van Allen belts, where they burned up their tile on entry. They tried to get to the outer. It's 240 miles off the face of the Earth. And the basic super shuttle did just that. It accomplished that goal of showing us that it burns your tiles. The logical question is, well, why wouldn't they just put the same fuselage they used on Apollo 11, 12, 13, and put it on the space shuttle? The space shuttle actually, the super shuttle, thinking a trip to the airport. The space shuttle actually has a no protection whatsoever, so they had to end the project of the space shuttle. Yeah. So, yeah, good question. Why did they use the same fuselage in Apollo 11? So that questions the validity of the Apollo 11, 12, 13, 14. And thank you. And I did work on the plans for the Gemini and Saturn program while in utero with my mother. My mother carried me during in utero while she worked on the plans for the Saturn, the Gemini, and the Apollo spacecrafts. I was the child next to the stenotypist that was working diligently with the nuclear scientists to actually develop that. And it's kind of a weird thing to say 8 months of my life gestating in my mother's womb. I was in one of the most powerful positions in the world, next to the most important people. Niels Bohr was there. There was Robert Oppenheimer came up and touched my mother's belly and put his hand on me. Yeah. I'm kind of like the nuclear baby in a way. I don't know. I guess I'm bragging at this point, but if I was the nuclear baby, maybe these nuclear scientists were around nuclear radiation and may have affected me or something. I don't know. I never thought about that. But yeah, I was the first. My mother was. I have some amazing photographs of my mother at some of the buildings that were involved in the original Gemini, Saturn, and Apollo program. So for me to jump off the Apollo horse and wonder what the hell happened is kind of a difficult move. I waited till I was until 2015 before I abandoned the theory that we went to the moon. But the most important thing I thought was that we hadn't gone back in 50 years, and that was suspicious to me. And then in 2010, the director of NASA, administrative director of NASA, said, "We're never going to mine the moon." He made that statement. No, it wasn't Joe Biden. It was Robert Oppenheimer who touched me. He touched me. And he's one of the most infamous people with the Manhattan Project because Robert Oppenheimer had knowledge that he was going to reveal for mankind. He said he had information that he wanted to reveal. And here we are, with the nuclear time clock clicking close to the top of the hour, midnight, with Trump acting like a total idiot toward Iran. Robert Oppenheimer had a secret that he was threatened into not telling anyone. And this is the man I'm referring to. Yeah, Oppenheimer did touch me. And I must have kicked him. I gave him a roundhouse kick. Kind of like Arnold got. The drop kick. Flying drop kick. I know. I am. I don't have to think that. I am. Do you think you're hot shit? I am. I'm the as good as it gets. You're looking at the cream of the crop here. Yeah, I don't just do this show for free for nothing. That's a sick thought. you're obviously some sort of a mental case seeking violence in the show. The Guardian, what do you got? Justin Amash becomes first Republican to back Trump's impeachment. Yeah, I got that too. I think it's great. I love it. I'm glad Justin made that step. Yeah, it's a good move. I'm glad he did it. Anyway, what was the secret that Robert Oppenheimer wanted to tell the world? We never will really know, unfortunately. But I can piece it together for you. It's not too difficult to come to a quick analysis. Yeah, he wasn't going to reveal secrets to the Russians like the Rosenbergs allegedly did. I think he was planning on doing something much different. He was planning on telling the world that we didn't have a nuclear weapon. That's the most likely thing he was going to tell people. That the Manhattan Project had not succeeded. Yeah. And if you frame it in that context, you begin to realize that maybe the powers that be know this, that they don't have real nuclear weapons that are exponential other than a hydrogen bomb. And maybe they aren't really playing with real nukes, that they're playing with dirty bombs. And all these countries have dirty bombs. They fully know that if they launch a conventional war, it'll evolve into bloodbath of dirty bombs. Because the theory of mutual assured destruction requires us to recognize that one use of a nuclear weapon could trigger global nuclear war, leveling the entire Earth's surface and everyone below it 100 feet deep. So what if the secret he wanted to tell was so simple as we don't have a bomb, and he didn't want to pretend like he did and lie? So if that's the case, then we're sitting pretty on finding a pathway to peace on this earth. We don't have to worry about nuclear war. What we have to worry about is conventional war among people that are stupid. And Donald Trump is pushing the button on nuclear war with conventional nuclear war or tactical nuclear war with Iran. And our military strategists are acting like they're so pompous that we could take them out in 2 days. These are men that have never acknowledged that we didn't win Vietnam War or succeeds completely in Iraq or in Iran. Iran's already positioned new troops and ultimately endangered our Iraqi positions. This is a response to Donald Trump mouthing off. Now we've got to move our positions in Iraq and fortify that position. But this could turn into a bad conflagration, resulting in tactical nuclear weapons, which could also involve a ground invasion. And Donald Trump has also said 120,000 troops could be deployed to the war. And people on the ground in the Middle East are saying, from word of mouth that I'm hearing, that these guys are ready to go. They think they're going to be called into a ground war. It's like, why are we moving toward another war? What's going on? How come we can't even acknowledge the mistakes we made in the Iraq, Afghanistan, and Vietnam War? I don't like sporks, no. I'm a spoon person. I wouldn't do a challenge of eating. I think it's foolish to eat hot dogs too. They're dangerous. They've got MSG in them, and they're not good for your colon. Would you rather have a colon or your hot dog? Would you, if you put it to some of these food people in the food challenges, would you rather have a colon or would you like to eat 50 hot dogs? Your choice. Well, if there are no satellites to see what's going on the ground, what's wrong with our satellite system? I mean, we do have satellites all around the globe. We have full capability to do whatever tactical needs, and we could prevail rather quickly. I'm not disputing that with the military advisors, but I've talked about this since 2009 on military blogs. I was posting information about ideas I had for safe zones. Now, if you recall, during the election, Donald Trump mentioned the word safe zones. Now, he hasn't mentioned it since because military advisors basically told him to pull that idea off the shelf because it's my idea. Now, my idea is to create automated safe zones in key areas like Kandahar, Kabul, and Baghdad. and Mosul and other areas that are needing automated defense systems, along with protected safe areas for people who are seeking safe haven from a potential attack or war. Iran has one of the best civil defense systems in the world. They have over 40,000 capacity in Tehran that we know of. Iran has 9 missile factories up to 40 clicks out, 40 miles away from Tehran. All of that would be devastated with one strike by a fuel air bomb, kind of like the one that hit Hiroshima, if indeed that was a fuel air bomb. Because some people believe that Enola Gay dropped a fuel air bomb that was at the time not even discussed and hasn't been discussed. Fuel air bombs look like the bomb that hit Hiroshima. And no one has had long-term radiation poisoning from the bomb that hit Hiroshima. That's a strange and weird reality. Yeah, no one has actually been... Long-term leukemia didn't occur in Nagasaki or Hiroshima. And the mushroom cloud that's made from a fuel air bomb is identical to that of a mushroom cloud from a nuclear bomb. So I don't know. It's one theory that they weren't actually using real nukes. They were using dirty bombs that had radiation in them. But long term, it hasn't affected the region. But here it is. This is the bomb right here that did the damage. And it's exactly the shape of a fuel air bomb. So I don't know. The faster you get the air in, the more explosive it gets. Anyway, Oppenheimer knew all of this, and he might have even known that we had nuclear weapons, and that we did have a terrible thing. We're doing it. Who knows? I can't get into the man's mind, but I can tell you that he definitely wanted to go against the military-industrial complex, and they threatened him and his family. They told him, "You do that, and you and your family are going to be, taken away." Yes. The Chevron. We've got Space, the final frontier. We've got a good little video from Frankie tonight on Flat Earth, Chevron. Yeah. We don't do Flat Earth here, Frankie. Remember we talked about that? Yeah. And this isn't Star Trek. We try to stay on reality here as opposed to fiction. We never fight Iran in the war. Fight, huh, Dave? Huh? No. Iran just flew a drone over our USS Eisenhower. And when Donald Trump acted so flippant as to send our battle group over there and start threatening Iran, the USS Eisenhower had this in their public media has revealed a drone. An Iranian drone flew over. Right. The Iranian Guard used the drone to monitor the USS
Defense
carrier.
News is proudly sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union. If you're a member of our nation's armed forces, the Department of Defense, or if your family is, we'd be proud.
Okay, Navy Federal Credit Union is talking there. Defense Weekly. Let's take a look.
Bradley replacement, and find out when the next U.S. aircraft carrier might be ready. We'll also discuss whether or not it's important to count ships with in-depth interviews.
Okay, that's not the story. Comes the U.S. government earlier this month designated the Guard as a terrorist group. Right. They had a video that was released. Right. This might take me to it.
Defense News.
No.
It's proudly sponsored by
Navy Federal. Anyway, long story short, the encounter occurred March 21st in the strategic Strait of Hormuz, in which the drone flew right over the Eisenhower. And it was aired Saturday as part of a, I don't have that, documentary. Okay. Footage is likely to be meant as a show of strength amid new U.S. sanctions on Iran and the Trump administration plans to bring Iranian oil exports down to zero. And in the video, Guard speedboats are seen closing in on the U.S. carrier. Iranian sailors then warn the Americans over radio communications to keep well clear of the Guard patrols. So this was a veritable attack, and a drone was used. We did not shoot the drone down, which means that already Iran has had the upper edge on us in a conventional attack. Say that drone is weaponized with C4, and it's a bigger than average drone, and it just flies right into our vessel and blows up an entire bow of a ship. While we're sitting here going, oh, look, Iran has a drone, dude. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, really, Mr. Trump's like gonna really be happy about that, you know? You know, like, we're gonna kick some serious ass, dude. You know, they don't have to. And then meanwhile, the bow is blowing up, and these guys are going about how much ass they're gonna kick. And these are the kind of guys I'm worried about. The Trump-tards on board the USS Eisenhower, all gung-ho and stupid, but not for their own good. All right. So as you can see, anything is possible. Look at the USS Cole and how we didn't react. You know, we did veritably nothing in response. I think that was Clinton, right? Anyway, threatening a war with Iran over what? The economic sanctions he applied to them, and then now a trade war with China over the unnecessary charges against Meng, the CFO of Huawei. Huawei is a telecommunications giant in Asia, and there's no reason why we would arrest their key female, the person that they look up to in China. Why would we do that? We're only provoking China. Why? And I tell you why, because Donald Trump fights a dirty game at the bargaining table. Donald Trump likes to stack the deck against the opponent. Donald Trump wants to have dirt on China that he can manipulate them in a trade talk, that he can muscle them into doing something that they want to do. That's precisely why he's holding Meng right now. She's out on bail for $40 million, but he's holding her charged with crimes of violating our economic sanctions by selling telecommunications directly to Iran, which is ridiculous. So Trump is proving to be absolutely completely, I guess you'd call it myopic, unable to see the forest from the trees. He can't see what's going on. He doesn't realize he's carried himself into this position both with Iran and China, because that's a complex thought, and Donald doesn't do complex thoughts. He can't even handle the word denuclearization. He said, oh, we're going to meet again with Kim Jong-un and we're going to do the big word thing. You know, that big word thing? You know, the D whatever, you know. He can't even pronounce denuclearization. That's too big of a word for him. Well, I don't blame Huawei for being under investigation. I think every company should be scrutinized, especially for the 5G network. But bear in mind, 5G network, according to Donald Trump, is the best thing ever. He embraces it. He just wants us to develop the 5G network, and he wants people in China to not do it. He's playing hardball with countries like China, limiting the ability of them to sell to Iran and then suffering the consequences. He thinks he's going to win this because he's a very smart person.
I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person.
Yes, you are. Very smart. So he's more than willing to start a war with Iran or North Korea or anyone because he doesn't want to look bad here in America. He's coming from that simple level. It's like, I just want to show them how tough he is at our expense so that we can't continue having normal relations with these countries because Donald has to look tough. You see what's happening? We've allowed a 5-year-old mentality to dictate the most complex international foreign relations the world has ever seen. What we need is an AI system to decipher it, and if it deciphers it and looks at the possibilities, the end game, as you extrapolate out what has happened and what will happen, this doesn't lead well to a happy ending. This doesn't lead toward peace. We're known as a warring country. We're not looking for peace right now. Well, why not? Right now, if we really did want to pursue peace, we would tell Vladimir Putin, we need an intermediate nuclear force treaty with you immediately, because we don't want to build up more conventional weapons either. Now, all Vladimir Putin is doing is running around the world telling everyone what amazing weapons he has and how he could easily strike the U.S. within 5 minutes. Now positioning his troops closer to our country in Venezuela and possibly in the Caribbean, all with Donald Trump's approval. So I don't think this is working well at all. We need to get Vladimir Putin onto the world stage and say, why are you doing this? Why don't you meet us toward an intermediate nuclear force treaty again and stop this ridiculous arms race? What's wrong with you? We need to confront Vladimir Putin in this game of one-upmanship. But see, what's really happening is Vladimir Putin is run by the same group of financial wizards, oligarchs, Zionist oligarchs, have bought Vladimir Putin. They're building up forces over there, and they're keeping our forces strong as well. The very same people running the Russian military theater are running the U.S. military theater, the very top of this pyramid. And what they want to do is see which one has the better weapon, so that would show them the dominant force to go with. So we are literally being caromed into a crisis with Russia that we don't even need. That's why I would be moving toward détente and moving toward amelioration and solving the problems that are between our two countries. But Donald instead refuses to acknowledge that they affected our election and won't even discuss it, a 2020 attack on our election, showing me that Donald Trump truly is working for the Russians. Sammy Shore is dead at 92. Comedy Store? Really? I didn't know his son, I didn't know he still owned the, I think his son, Pauly Shore, inherited the Comedy Store, but the original owner and co-founder, Sammy Shore, is dead at 92, folks. Wow. I believe this would be Pauly Shore's father. What a great actor he was. Yeah. Pauly Shore died, yeah. The veteran comedian passed away peacefully at his Las Vegas home, surrounded by family and friends. The company says he died of natural causes. Wow. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put that in my lineup tonight. Thank you. He did some stage work toward the end of his life. Excellent. I had a chance to meet Pauly Shore, his son. Back in the day, I went to the Roxy one night in Hollywood, and it was the same night I was hanging around with Armand Assant. I talked about him the other night. I didn't perform at the Roxy, but I was at the Comedy Store for amateur night once. It preceded everything. I did a show that kind of like knocked everybody away. They blew the socks off them. They'd never seen anything like it. And later, there was a show called Max Headroom that evolved kind of strangely right after I did this skit that was very similar to Max Headroom. But yeah, I was talking to Marty Shore. I walked right up to him and I said, "You think you're so special, don't you?" Right to his ear. I said, "You think you're so special, don't you?" And he turned to me and he smiled. He said, "I do." And he just smiled with like a gloating smile. It was weird. Yeah, I kind of like called him on it. And he loves it. You know, a lot of these people who've grown up in the industry really love it. It's their life. They are who they are. They live it. And Pauly Shore is one of those guys. Yeah, Comedy Store is a legendary venue. The Comedy Store is going to go down in history as the greatest comedic venue ever, even above Second City, I think. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Pauly. He doesn't look like a really friendly guy anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened to him. But, yeah, he... Yeah, he's going to be going to his dad's funeral, so condolences and all that. It's not easy going through this loss that he's suffered from. This is lose your dad at 92. At least he had a lot of extra years with him, and that's a good thing. Yeah, oh, he was a DJ on MTV? Yeah, he's a good actor, too. I say he's got talent, you know. Maybe he's got a little game left in him. Who knows? But yeah, he's a funny guy. I love the work he did. His character is just so indicative of the 1970s and 80s, and, you know, it's really kind of funny how washed out he was. Oh, he's a washed up has-been? Really? Oh, and you aren't? No, he doesn't look like me. I don't look a bit like him. But you may think so, which is great. David Loves Heart was never invited. What? You're so thankful to be well. Oh, that's nice. Well. What about your health? I mean, have you really? Are you happy with your health? I assume you're much younger than I am, right? Oh, his mother died recently too? Oh man, I didn't know. Son-in-Law was a great movie, yeah. And In the Army Now. You know, I never watched any of his shows. I've never seen Pauly Shore act, ever. Yeah, it's not a wig, man. It's real hair. Anyway, I never really found him funny. I thought Biodome was kind of a B-rated movie. I didn't want to bother even watching it. I've never seen anything he's done. I've only seen about maybe a maximum of like 40 seconds of his work. Encino Man, I think I saw a 20-second leader, like a trailer on that show. Yeah, I'm kind of unusual. I've never seen any episodes of The Simpsons or Family Guy. Call me a little detached, but his mother died April 11th, 2018. Mitzi Shore, oy vey, and survived by his father. Such a deal. It's a very sad day for Pauly. Pauly, if you're listening, give me a call. I'm waiting for your call. 707-YOUR-ATP. That's YOURATP. You're a rat P. Pauly, give me a call. I'll talk about your loss. Yeah. I knew a lot of Shores in my life. He wasn't the only Shore. I knew another one, despicable person. Didn't like him at all. Yeah, I've had a few run-ins with some Shores before. Not exactly my favorite people. But Pauly, give me a call. We talk just for that brief moment at the Roxy. I think we can talk. Thank you all for spending time here in the Shabbat Leibovich outreach program. No, we're not affiliated with a synagogue. Not only a year has passed, decades have passed. Yes, believe it or not, humans have survived long enough. Now it's time for another amazing new journey into the future. Last night we talked about this Pompeo, and it's just unbelievable. His video where he says he lies. He jokes about lying. That was so sad. It was so weird.
Boom. Shave the knuckles for justice. You are watching The Political Vigilante. My name is Graham Elwood. You're all making Gotham great again, folks. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not going to watch you, buddy. Nah. I'm looking for the other one. Here we are. Copyright disclaimer.
I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
What the hell does that mean? The glory.
I was the CIA director.
The glory of the American experiment, and he lied, cheated, and stole. And that's the glory of the American experiment. I think there's some bad people in our government, and I'm thinking he's one of them. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want him as a Secretary of State who openly said he lied, cheated, and stole. Are you angry at Johnny Sacco? Do you have a personal thing going on between you and Johnny? Yeah. I think we noticed that, you know. What's your deal with Johnny? I mean, he hasn't done any wrong to you, and clearly he's a made man, so you're kind of messing with the wrong territory, you know what I'm talking about? I never did listen to Don Imus. I just saw his hat, and I listened to his attitude. And then he made fun of those black basketball girls, and it didn't really get into his show. He passed away, you know. Yeah, kind of a uneventful career, but that's okay. Oh no, he's still alive. Excuse me. Sorry, Don. Nope, he didn't die. He's still out there. I'll be darned. He'll go down as Methuselah. Yeah, he looks a lot like Mozart in this picture. The legendary Don Imus. He's on WABC radio, really? The Imus hat, yeah, the cowboy hat. I think he's outrageous. I really enjoyed listening to the 5 minutes I heard of him. Yeah, he's definitely out there. He kind of reminds me of a modern day Wally George, but much more serious. He's got an attitude like no other. I really like that. You go, Don. Sorry, I thought you were dead. Well, let's be clear. Howard Stern, the guy who talks about anal sex all the time? Yeah. Boy, what's wrong with that guy? Is he like sexually frustrated with his ass or something? F-16 fighter crash Riverside, California was a hoax? Are you serious? Well, that's interesting.
We're getting reports that a plane has crashed into a building in California. We're getting details in as we speak, but this apparently happened on the March Air Reserve base in California around 4 p.m. local time. Now, we are told...
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's an F-16 crash. Sure. Oh, yeah. There would be a fireball bursting out from underneath. Where's the jet? Exactly. That was generally funny.
A fighter jet plane crashed into that building, folks. A fighter jet. An F-16.
Okay, well, we'll be looking more at that video tonight. Thank you for that, Scissor Fight. Looking good. That didn't look like a fighter jet crash. Why are they telling us the F-16s are crashing? Oh, I know. Because the F-16 beat the F-35 in almost every single area. 2 key areas of battle combat. The old F-16 beat the F-35, which is our brand new plane, which can't kick ass like the F-16 can. So they want to paint the F-16 as being incompetent.
Developing news tonight.
I doubt it ever crashed. Good point. Well, let's be clear. Michelle Obama is a transgender, and Barack Obama is a homosexual. Let's be clear.
215 in Riverside is open once again. The Air Force has given the all clear after it removed some heavy-duty weapons from the scene of yesterday's jet fighter crash.
Heavy-duty weapons. Copy that. Stop copying your copies. Copy that, good buddy. Okay, we got another one here. It just keeps coming. Part 2. Part 1 and Part 2. Excellent. Righteous, dude. Okay, we'll be doing it. We're up and running. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for the great links. Always good to have your stuff. 9/11 2019 documentary, Hibbler Productions. Interesting. Always interested in knowing about 9/11. As you know, it caused the wars that we are still involved in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, documentary. This is a 19-minute documentary. Cool. On 9/11. Excellent. We got new stuff coming in on 153news.net. Did you have a SAG card today? No, I didn't. No, I never. I was a non-union, non-worker. I never worked as an actor. I have a no professional training whatsoever. Kind of like William Hung. Remember him? Yes, famous words from William Hung. When asked about how he was able to sing the way he sang, this young man became an institution in American cinema when he said this.
I have no professional training.
Thank you.
Wasted by the waste.
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. So no, I was not a professional. I was told to go get some photos by my employer.
You'll be surprised when you find out which of...
Shut up. I was told by my employer at the time that he had connections in Hollywood and that he was going to get me a job working on a movie set. Okay? So I went out, I spent $300 on these photographs, and lo and behold, I finally asked him after 2 or 3 years of no activity, are you ever going to get me a chance on a TV show? He told me that he had worked with a TV show. Their connections were at Hee Haw. And I turned him down. I said, no, I'm not going to be part of the Hee Haw group. Hee Haw. I just couldn't see starting in acting in Hee Haw. I just no, I don't want to make that my big moment. I'm not saying Buck Owens wasn't the greatest talent on earth, and I know a lot of you love Buck Owens, but screenshot, yeah. Okay, Bill Ding and Johnny Sacco, you are hijacking our chat room with your BS between each other. So you want to talk about politics or face the imminent... First I'll kick you and then I'll ban you. Hey, thank you, Zeno. Yeah, I went to a specialist myself. I used a unique technology called a scissors. David, what do you make of this? Huh. Laser attack in California. Huh. Whoa. Wow. We'll wait for that to queue up, but yeah, I'm thinking lasers. Hey, Bill, I told you, you're done if you continue this personal attack on Johnny. Yeah. Now, as you know, Johnny is a made man, so you're messing with the wrong people, okay? Okay. Johnny, don't egg him on. He's got a 5-minute mute. We'll see if Bill can hold on to his little act, keep it together. Buck sure could play, yeah. I know, and I blew it. Well, I could have had a job on Hee Haw, and I swear I could have been I could have played some instrument or something. I could have been one of the funny guys. Okay, not much of the news, really. Dozens of graduates walk out before Mike Pence's commencement address at Indiana University. Apparently, dozens of graduates are not happy with Mike Pence. And I'm not happy with Mike Pence because he hasn't presented any of his emails of when he was a governor. What is he hiding? Was he an alleged pedophile and he doesn't want to talk about it? Yeah, dozens of graduates at faculty at Taylor University in Indiana walked out on Saturday's ceremony just before Mike Pence took the stage to deliver a commencement address. The protest came after students and faculty at the Christian Liberal Arts School, about 2,500, debated whether the presence of the state's ex-governor would be appropriate. The Indianapolis Star reported his invitation to the university had elicited mixed reaction from students, faculty, and alumni. But most of the school's 494 graduates remained in the seat to visit and look at the alien being, reptilian, known as Mike Pence. Yes. I play Mr. Right on the outro now, Zeno. Yeah. But if you want to go into the hellish place no one wants to go, I'll take you there. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of in between knowing what the hell's going on and not caring. You're wondering if the pyramids are stargates to another world. Or perhaps that we're in the Matrix. No, in fact, we're simply watching Michelle Obama and her penis.
President or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, as you can see, there is a distinct possibility that what you're looking at is not a tampon, or possibly a mic, or some sort of a battery pack for his. You're looking at two cylindrical dangling objects, fleshy in nature. You're looking at Michelle Obama's penis. Consider, if you will, one transgender chosen to be with the president who is a homosexual. And there's nothing wrong with that except that they lied to the American people. And now back to you. Yeah, I don't like liars. I really don't. And if Pence can't show his emails from Indiana, I'm going to assume he's a pedophile. Yeah, seriously. Tory Smith made an accusation that this guy was a pedophile, and he knew full well that this man was a pedophile. I don't know. I can't verify it, but alleged pedophile. And worse than that, Tory Smith made comments that really shocked the world. And it wouldn't be bad if Tory Smith had just, continued to live and had continued to have his show and made these wild accusations. When I saw him first talk about what he had allegedly done, I heard this video. Wrong one. Yeah, that's Tory Smith. But look at this guy and listen to his statements. Right.
Hello, my name is Tory Smith, and I've been a witness to children who were raped and murdered in what's called the My Lab child trafficking operation. And there are 40 locations nationwide, and there's one here in Indiana, state where I live, and which brings me to today's report. I do reports of this child trafficking operation, number one, because I don't know of anyone else that does.
Right.
And these children need as many voices as they can possibly get, because hundreds and hundreds of children are abducted, anywhere from 25 to 400 children are gang raped and murdered a day in this system. On the 27th of May, Friday, 264 children were brought in from the Air Force, SOCOM, and NATO. 15 of those children were brought to Indianapolis, to the Indianapolis My Lab, which is what I would like to do today's report on. Indiana Governor, child rapist, and child murderer Mike Pence has murdered 54 children, and which I seem to be the only one in Indiana who cares.
Wow. And I was shocked when he said this. Yeah, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then I watched this. Only about 2 months later, I started seeing this. This is Tory Smith alleging that Mike Pence did this terrible thing. This is him.
My name is Tori, and I want to thank you for the support and prayers and awareness that you brought to what's going on in our country about child trafficking. I think this is going to be my last video for a while. I can barely see. I can only stand up for a few minutes and then I have to lay back down.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That they got to him, that they injected polonium in his bloodstream or something, they killed him? Because they didn't want this story to get out. And you know something? This guy wrote voluminous emails to Mike Pence. That's why Mike Pence refuses to present his emails to this day. And nobody in the Trump administration wants to talk about it. Yeah, pretty weird, isn't it? When you see some guy die within 2 months, very suspicious. Okay, let's get back over into Periscope. Let's see what's going on over there. I think we had a lockup on chat during this time period. Let me make sure. I'm refreshing. Hey guys, Periscope's in. We've got a few people over in iVlog. Good. Zeno, are you the last guy that said anything? Are you stunned? What do you think of this invention? Huh. Cool. The Porta roller skates. Ooh, I like it. Yeah, I've seen these kids with these little roller skates on their shoes. But this is like a full contraption. You can just pop them up and you got skates. That's cool. I like that. Very impressive. I'm not a big roller skater though, and if you want to break a knee, it's one way to spend $40,000 at an ER unit. Yeah, so go for it. The Saturday topic is sustainability, working with environmental controls, you know, involving waste management, things like that, you know. Make sure that you've got good clean water and air to breathe, you know what I'm talking about? We want to make it right for all you peoples, you know. Make sure that everyone's got some supplies in the event of a, you know, toxic contamination. That'd be something if we really do have the mob in the White House right now and they could care less about the environment. Well, we kind of do, Dave. Trump does have a lot of mob ties. No, you mean the Trump tie collection is run by mobs? No, I mean the Chinese ties that are made to look like cool-looking ties are not mob ties. They're Chinese ties. Sandy Hook, Gene Rosen identified as an official FEMA employee. Are you serious? This is amazing. What a reveal. Thanks, Sister Fight. The image is the work of a Federal Emergency Management Agency employee taken or made as part of that person's official duties. Whoa, Gene Rosen. What the hell, dude? There he is. Gene Rosen is identified as an official FEMA employee, everybody. Harlinger, Texas. FEMA representatives participate in the 25th National Law Enforcement Celebration in Harlingen, Texas, 2008. FEMA is working with local state agencies. Recent contains no ID for the man in the photo. Okay, but archive service page contains a positive ID for, so an archive page stored at archive.org shows Gene Rosen as this person. Wow. That's amazing. Wow. And here he is talking to children in Texas too. He likes children. He's a FEMA employee. Holy moly, this is a breaking piece of information. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Wow. That's bold. And buckle up, connections are made. Another good one from 153.
Okay, bear with me. We're going to put your seatbelts on. We're going to look at some very interesting connections about all of these events. This is from a friend here Peculiar One, who's been doing the other investigations work into the STEM school shooting. And what you're looking at is the funeral wake session where Kendrick Castillo, the young man that was shot at the STEM school, and they're going through and having people come up to the podium. His father comes up and speaks as well. This right here is Peculiar One brought up is a syndicate of where Kendrick Castillo was a part of, the Knights of Columbus.
All right. We all know the Knights of Columbus and the connection to the Masons and all that. Well, that'll be something we'll look at. Cool. Thank you. So, needless to say, I'm a little bit impressed with the fact that this guy was telling us these things and then he died. Very mysteriously. That's suspicious. And the fact that Pence has not revealed any of his emails when he was governor of Indiana to this day, he's in total violation of public disclosure law. We got a problem in the White House, folks, and believe me, it's not going to be solved by the Democrats. They're proving to be a little weak in pursuing an impeachment hearing. Now, you notice that the impeachment process has not really kicked into gear. I mean, they're throwing it at people like Ocasio-Cortez, who doesn't even know what socialism is. You got to understand, we're not dealing with the right people. Biden is acting like he wants to work on an impeachment process, but Biden, remember, he's a Zionist. He supports the Zionist state, just like Donald Trump does. So he doesn't really want to impeach Trump. He just wants to run against him in 2020. Oh, really? You're saying Knights of Columbus are not related to the Masons? Oh, okay. Mr. Bill, you have more knowledge than I do. I mean, I thought the Masons were connected to Columbia Broadcasting and the Knights of Columbus and Columbia University. Okay, then I stand corrected. Well, Hitler was a Zionist. That's what's wrong with Zionism. Yeah. I'm not a Zionist since I support Israel. No. Yeah. I don't believe that. My appreciation for Israel as our ally undermines the possibility that there's some dark elements in Israel that are working with even darker elements that funded the rise of Israel, but now have a global new world order in mind. And I reject Zionism today, which is really a goal of new world order dominance, which is not only echoed by Zionists, but also by the Pope. Pope Francis has openly stated that Pope Francis calls for an end of sovereignty and establishment of a global government. That's right. He's calling it increased global unity, but he really just wants to get rid of our nations. That's the goal of the New World Order. And the Vatican's working with the Masons to create that. You see, the Masons and the Zionists and the Vatican all work together. It's part of the New World Order. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, it's difficult to understand. The whole concept of Israel came out in 1917 with the Balfour Declaration. The Balfour Declaration. Yes. And this is Jacob Rothschild put that into play. And by funding Adolf Hitler, it created the need for the state of Israel. Because Hitler displaced all these Jews and didn't know what to do with them. So he managed to, he talked to a mullah who finally decreed that they didn't want the Jews to go to Palestine. And the mullah said, burn them. So Hitler thought, well, if they killed the Jews there and burned them and killed them, of course, death of typhus occurred as well. Then it would justify the creation of the state of Israel, and the Balfour Declaration would come into fruition. This is a plan set in place in 1917. The Zionist directive started in the 1890s. So when you say nothing wrong with Zionism, that means that you support Hitler. Now, Joe Biden must support Hitler too, because he's a Zionist. And we know that Trump is a Zionist. So I don't think you people understand the dangers of being totally in the court of Israel. We have to be a little bit more objective in approaching this. Now, I see them as an ally, but I don't want to see them violating the rights of Palestinians. And so far, every administration has allowed that. And I wouldn't think that that would be a good thing. I'd be willing to force Israel to at least talk about signing the nuclear non-proliferation agreement, which would admit that they have weapons like nuclear weapons. They won't even admit that.
Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. My father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist. For I am. Israel is essential to the security of Jews worldwide. Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. And my father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist. For I am.
He is a Zionist. So believing in the state of Israel and now moving on to accept a New World Order as your primary goal in life is a big stretch. And I in no way would support a New World Order. I support the nation-state model and what we have today. I really do. Yeah. And on that note, I will end the show with Mr. Right. But first, a word from our sponsor.
State-sponsored terrorism, the power of the deep state, false flags, COINTELPRO, MKUltra, government meddling in personal affairs, our privacy under attack. Fight back, America. Build this third party.
There is ample evidence that a concerted effort is going on to propagandize and control the political views of the American people. Their primary goal is to disarm the American people and to lead us toward an imminent fate that they see is the only way out, a new world order. Well, we say no. I support the nation-state model, and I support everything this organization is trying to do. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message.
Mr. Right, too good.